and his beauty has taken Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things, which talks of the blossoming love between Velutha and Amu. Velutha, the carpenter, craftsman, and the lover, the one who builds and beautifies the world, but is denied the right to inhabit its beauty. This paper is a revisitation which brings forth the Saundarya, where the beauty, its beholder, and the creator belongs not to a niche elitist category, but to the common man and the small things. It is the flowering of the common man and Saundarya both of the common man. And सौंदर्य is for everyone. उसको experience करने के लिए you don't need any category or anything or a privilege. It's for everybody. It's universal. सौंदर्य is beyond hierarchies and it is something जिसका आप एहसास करते हैं, जिसका you realize. It's a realization. It is something that is felt and it's a lived experience. This aesthetic consciousness is not confined to a specific category, but rather extends to the human, to the common man. It permeates through literature, culture, and food. So, just like Baba Nanak says, "Van chakho kirat karo." So, whenever a human sits for longer, and you sit and you ask for it, but you are not denied for it. Denied. You're not denied. You're welcome. And आप उस सौंदर्य का ग्रहण करते हैं सबके साथ no questions asked and what religion what caste nothing matters there. So this experience of Vasantam, the blossoming of water lilies, the blossoming basically takes place throughout the year with the golden whisper of Basant in March, which reminds me of um, Malika Pukrat's Lo Fir Basant Aayi, which is Lo Fir Basant Aayi, Phoolon Pe Rang Lai. This film, the recurrence of life, of Basant, and of Rang, it is a revisitation. This film holds a space for Basant, arriving again. It leaves to come back. किसी का जाना सिर्फ आने के लिए. So बसंत का जाना ही उसका वापस आना है. So if Ambal Vasantam comes, can Basant be far behind? Okay.
Thank you, Gauri, for so nicely deliberating upon Arundhati Roy's novel and comparing it with the movie Basant Ai Ranglai and explaining the love across all boundaries and comparing it to water lily. Thank you all. Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next paper presenter is Abhimanyu Singh Inda. Abhimanyu Singh Inda. Okay. Next paper presenter is Vipin Bihari Goel. So, Goel Sahab, I invite you to present your paper. Such an eminent scholar. He has authored many books, novels, and an excellent and active creative writer. Please. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Asking, yes. I am talking about the Indian aesthetics in mythology. Indian mythology. But since the picture is long, I am only presenting a gist which contains the quintessential qualities of Apsara as an epitome of beauty and how it addresses to the Indian aesthetics. Apsara, a celestial nymph of divine beauty and grace, occupies a unique position in the Indian aesthetic imagination. Emerging from the mythological literacy, Apsara embodies the principle of rasa, bhava, alankara that form the foundation of Indian aesthetics. Apsara becomes an archetype of aesthetic perfection, one that bridges the human and the divine.
because it is not a thing of past. Even today, if we see some beautiful girl, we call her Apsara. So it has become a metaphor of beauty. She epitomizes the ideas of Shringaras and the metaphysical pursuit of beauty as a pathway to the sublime. The aesthetic culture of India is rooted in the pursuit of beauty, Saundarya, as a form of spiritual realization. From the Natya Shastra of Bharat to the temple sculptures of Khajuraho and Konark, Indian art has consistently celebrated beauty not as a mere ornamentation but as an embodiment of cosmic harmony. Because so many people wonder that when we go to Khajuraho, we see the temples, but outside there are erotic sculptures. So that is the combination of beauty and divine. Within this framework, the figure of the Apsara, ethereal, graceful, and divine, stands as quintessential expression of Indian aesthetic philosophy. Her movement, her allure, and her presence are reflections of rust in motion. Thus, the Apsara transcends her mythological identity to become an aesthetic ideal representing the union of yoga, sensual enjoyment, and moksha, that is spiritual liberation. That is why Osho wrote a book, From Sex to the Superconsciousness, because whatever is bhoga, ten bhunjita, it is a verse from a Upanishad, which says, Ishopanishad, because it means that one who enjoys the bhog can only attain the samadhi. Apsaras, the most important amongst them are Menka, Urvashi, Rambha, Tilotama, represents various shades of aesthetic experience, love, temptation, compassion, and transcendence. Apsara embodies the aesthetic principle that beauty and desire, when sublimated, lead to spiritual realization. It is the sublimation of your desire, self-realization. Kalidas in Meghdut depicts the Apsara not as a mere object of desire, but as an aesthetic ideal of whose beauty evokes both longing and transcendence. The poet employs her image to evoke Anand, bliss, aligning with the aesthetic theory of Rasanubhav, the experience of emotional relish. Bharat Natya Shastra prescribes the Apsara's dance as the model of Lasya, the graceful and delicate form of movement embodying feminine beauty. Her gestures, that is mudra, postures, asana, and expressions, that is abhinav, are codified as manifest rasa, transforming sensual beauty into sacred art. Thus, the Apsara becomes a both subject and vehicle of aesthetic experience. These figures, though erotic, are never vulgar. Their sensual appeal is elevated through rhyme, that is less, symmetry, that is das, and expression, that is bhav, achieving the Abhinav Gupta term Shant Shrangar, that is serenity with sensuality. Serenity with sensuality. The Apsaras thus become not mere figure but a principle, the embodiment of Saundarya Tattva. The Apsaras represent the unity of form and spirit in the metaphysical aesthetics of Kashmiri Shaivism and Vedanta. The Apsara as a symbol of beauty mirrors the infinite through infinite through finite form. Her charm, that is Madhurya, grace, that is Lalitya, and not ends in themselves, but meaning to transcend duality. The Apsara, in the conclusion, I am saying that Apsara is the essential expression of Indian aesthetics. She embodies the unity of sensual and spiritual beauty, manifesting the core Indian belief that art is a bridge between mortal and the divine. Thank you.
Thank you, Vipinji, for so nicely deliberating upon Indian aesthetics through Indian mythology. Apsara as an epitome of beauty. However, uh, you have mentioned that eroticism with divine. I often fail to understand how eroticism can be confluenced with divine. Object is an entity, it depends upon how you look at it. You can look at it from one angle, either eroticism or divine, not both at the same time. Not both at the same time. That's my uh, observation. However, it's a very nice presentation because, as Wordsworth also had said, that poets are endowed with extraordinary sensibility. That's why they're able to see more than there is to see. So it may be possible that you, as a poet, look at it, but we, as common people, fail to understand how eroticism can be combined with divinity. Thank you very much. Next paper presenter is Abhimanyu Singh Inda.
I can just take one.
You tell me, Vikram.
Before
After he,
when you begins.
after he.
Not my paper.
Okay.
This is the seminar, and we are supposed to discuss like
Yes.
combining eroticism and the divine. I worked a lot on this.
Mhm.
If you look at the temple architecture anywhere, you don't find erotic sculpture anywhere in the middle of the cities. It's only in the temple, and it's outside the sanctum sanctorum. So when we talk of the four purushar, dharma, earth, kam, and moksha, the engine is dharma, followed by earth, kam, and moksha. So kam is also being pulled by dharma. So if eroticism is by dharma, which is for procreation, which is not lust but love, there is a difference between.
That's why my observation is at the same time you cannot have both the angles, that you look at it from eroticism and from divine.
No,
At the same time, you cannot look at it from both the angles. Even in Kam Vasana, when you are involved in Kam or Vasana, you don't look at divine. When you look at from that perspective, from divine, then it is not Kam. It is not Vasana. It is the creation. Yeah,
self is divine, sir. But when you enter the temple, inside the temple, you leave the material outside, the erotic outside, and then enter the spiritual. We'll discuss it some other time. It's a very interesting topic.
yeah, it's very interesting.
But since you raised the question, I couldn't.
Yes, we will discuss it.
These are very good, it's father.
Please, Abhimanyu, continue.
Good and good morning, everyone. My today's topic of my paper is Rus as the Universal Language of Emotion from Natyashastra to the Digital Age. This paper explores how Rus operates within modern artistic frameworks, particularly in theatre, cinema, and digital media. It also highlights the parallels between ancient and aesthetic psychology and contemporary affect theory, demonstrating the continued relevance of Indian aesthetic philosophy in understanding emotional experience in global art and communication. The theory of Rus, envisioned by Bharatmuni and enriched by Abhinavgupta, remains the emotional heartbeat of art, ancient yet timeless. From classical theatre to modern cinema and even digital storytelling, Rus continues to guide how we feel, connect, and experience beauty. It proves that art's true purpose is not imitation, but emotional transformation, turning human feeling into a shared universal experience. Even modern science, through mirror neurons and effect theory, echoes what Bharat said centuries ago. We don't just watch emotion, we live it. In a world dominated by technology, Russ reminds us that creativity begins and ends with emotion. It is the eternal bridge between art and life, tradition and innovation, and most importantly, heart and mind. And apart from this paper, I would like to say that Brahmaji told Bharatmuni to write this thing, Russ. And when it was performed in the press, Shivji was asked what should we add to it. And Shivji said we should add dance to it. And because of adding dance, it made Russ. And even Abhinav Gupta in Abhinav Bharati wrote the ninth Ras, the Shant Ras. All the rases are there
in our life. Currently, we are living a life in which we do any kind of thing, in any kind of thing we do, there's a rush. Like even if I'm wearing this kind of suit, there's a string artist in there. So thank you.
Thank you, Abhinyu, for such a nice presentation. And our next paper presenter is an eminent scholar across the lands who has presented many papers not only in India but in many countries. None other than Dr. Jagriti Upadhyay. So, welcome, madam.
Good morning, everyone. Professor Hari, thank you so much for that very generous introduction. It's because of you that I'm presenting the paper. You have been so encouraging, during meetings and during all our interactions. And the other dignitaries on the days, it's nice to find my students here. And it's days, DAIS, not DIAS. I just can't resist myself from correcting. So I wrote to Sudha Murthy on this and she very generously thanked me. I was working with the Police and Security University and I've been a visiting faculty at IIT Jodhpur. The topic for my presentation, I'll take a little time, is reading desire, which is part of in Volga's The Liberation of Sita. It's a new approach in the sense that when we talk about revisioning mythology, revisiting mythology, we are looking at it from a very, very different perspective. So the term aesthetic has two dimensions. The Saundarya Shastra is there and the Saundarya Bodh is there. And when both, and if you've heard of John Ruskin, the seven lamps of architecture, you read that from the Western point of aesthetics, where aesthetics is visual, sensual, and emotional, like Abhimanyu Inga just said. So it's the three aspects. So Volga is basically, her name is Lalita Kumari Popul, and it's a collection of 5 stories. It's a very slim novel. I've taken up just one story that is of that is of Shurpanakha. It's pronounced as Shurpanakha because her nails are like the Shur, what you call the Chajla in Marwari, in English. And it's a compelling exercise in revisionist myth making. So Adrian Rich, in When the Dead Awakens, it's a radical critique of literature, feminist in its impulse. And from an androcentric point of view, when you revision mythology, you're talking of the chastity and modesty of women. So you have the stories of Ahalya, Renuka, in the same collection. I have not touched upon that. This is a gyno text revisionist study that I've taken up. So traditionally, the knowledge system was in the hands of the males because Ramayana and Valmiki's Ramayana, if you look at it, is from the point of view of the male. But Volga takes on a different turn. So cultural history is redefined. And this study is also an anagogic trope because nature here becomes a place of refuge, shelter, and beauty, not only for Sita when she is in Valmiki's ashram bringing up love and Kush after her banishment from Ayodhya by Ram. And from the point of view of Shurpanakha, who cultivates a beautiful garden there as a place of refuge. We all have read romantic poets, how nature is beautiful. The Shringar Ras is there, and the Shant Ras is there in the form of the solace that we find. Like Emerson says, when he jumps on snow puddles, he says, I reach such exhilaration that I am on the brink of fear. If you read his essay on the demon, Shurpanakha, has been demonized and vilified throughout mythology. In Valmiki's Ramayana, you find in Devadatta Pattanayak's Sita an illustrated history. You find in Chitra Divakaruni Banerjee's The Forest of Enchantment, you find that she's been vilified and demonized. I'll read just a little portion of how she is demonized. Pattanayak describes her as how in Valmiki's Ramayana, I quote, Shurpanakha is foul and ugly and demonic. In Kamban Ramayana, she is lovelorn and beautiful. Pattanayak finds her both as a villain and a victim. And Shurpanakha approaches Ram in a very beauteous form. So this is Shringar Ras. She goes to Ram and look at the eros, the erotic side. She blatantly tells him, you be my mate. She doesn't want him to be her husband. Mate. So mate is something which is illegal consummation of physical intimacy. So this is eros, this is desire, so blatantly expressed with so much of audacity and temerity on Shurpanakha's part. Ram, of course, refuses, he is monogamous. She goes to Lakshman, and in the heat of the moment when she espies Sita, she says, oh, this puny human being is the root of the problem. That is why Ram is spurning my advances. So she grows her nails, she turns hideous, she turns black, her eyes are red, her feet turn into fangs, and she's about to pounce upon Sita and her by Lakshman, by corkscrewing an arrow. And this is where sympathy for Shurpanakha begins in the mind of Sita in Volga's representation. That is the hideous looking innocent Surpankha. Sita questions what was wrong when she approaches with so much of love in her heart, And this is where you find that Karuna Rasa in Volga's the liberation of Sita. And of course, Shurpanakha is so full of anger. So you have the Raudra Rasa in the depiction of Shurpanakha. She goes to Ravan, and then you have the whole story of the abduction of Sita. But what happens is Shurpanakha, when she mellows down and her anger is suppressed or sublimated, she comes to this forest where Sita is, and she builds a beautiful garden, cultivates a beautiful garden where she finds the solace. And this garden actually is chanced upon by Love and Kush, who go back to their mother. And Sita comes to see this garden, and they both become friends. They have a sisterhood which brings them together. So, sir, if you may permit, I'll just read a couple of lines. So Sita recalls the incident that had taken place 18 years ago when, overridden with eros and desire, a pretty looking Surpanakha, all decked in beautiful flowers, had openly expressed her desire to woo Ram. Olga's description of the Shingaras, you can see here, in traditional literature, warrants mention here. I quote, Shurpanakha's coming, how beautifully she had walked in. White jasmines in her hair, garlands of yellow ganeru around her neck, bracelets of nilambar on her wrists. She was like a walking creeper in bloom. Again, the natural idyllic pastoral ideology of the beautiful woman being compared to the beauty in nature is there, I unquote. But then the woman who has had the audacity to express her desire and longing for love leaves the place disfigured, her nose and ears having been chopped off by an irate Lakshman. Sita realizes she has become a pawn in the politics of revenge that followed in the aftermath through Sita's abduction by Ravan. Sita is all sympathy for Shurpanakha. This is the Karun Ras coming in, ruminating over the harsh reality of Shurpanakha's life, whether she has spent all her life in lovelessness or she has showered her love on the garden that she has cultivated. Sita thinks, I quote, has she created the garden as an expression for her passion for beauty? Are these flowers a manifestation of the tenderness of heart? Poor Surpanakha, I unquote. And Shurpanakha, I also taken from Namita Gokhale's edited book, Mala Sri Lal and Namita Gokhale in Search of Sita, where Shurpanakha shape shifts and becomes a monster, but I'm skipping that. So Shurpanakha, when she espies Sita, she's stunned to find her, the queen of Ayodhya, in a coarse sari and her sun-singed golden complexion. Before she can question her, Sita answers, I am no longer Ram's wife, the queen of Ayodhya. I am just Janaki and Vaidehi and Maithili. I am the daughter of Mother Earth. So the trope of ecofeminism comes here when she connects herself to Mother Earth, because women as nurturer throughout, if you read ecofeminist narratives or ecofeminist theory also, women have been the nurturers, just like Mother Earth is the nurturer. Like in Atharva Ved also we say Mata Bhumi Putro Aham Prithivyaha. So a speechless Shurpanakha, who knew the love that Ram and Sita had for each other, ruminates whether, I quote, anguish was inevitable for women who loved Sri Ram, I unquote. Sita, with quiet dignity, praises the beauty of the
Please
garden.
sum it up.
Yeah, so lovingly tended to. And Shurpanakha proudly tells her this is the garden as a place of refuge. All the creepers, plants, and trees in the garden are my children. I unquote. And Sita rejoices in the fact that Shurpanakha has found life to be as beautiful and joyous as this garden. And you have a lot of essays on garden by Francis Bacon and all in English, this thing. So Shurpanakha tells Sita how she had conquered her rage, and then Sita tells her that she's not going to go back to Ayodhya, but she's going to take refuge in her mother, Bhudevi. Then there is a quote by Namita Gokhale, but since time is short, Sita's heart is full of tender love for Shurpanakha's unsolicited affection. They both find a rare bond of sisterhood being forged here, and she promises Shurpanakha that she would create a new meaning for her life resting in the lap of Mother Nature. I'm skipping a lot of material. Shurpanakha's story thus becomes a study in eco-aesthetics, wherein she realizes that beauty is not a physical attribute but the truth of nature. प्रकृति का सौंदर्य बोध हिंदी साहित्य पूरा भरा पड़ा है, कालिदास काव्य and शाकुंतलम भरा पड़ा है. She finds a rare fulfillment and ineffable joy in cultivating a garden that reflects the beauty of nature. So thus both Sita and Shurpanakha strike a bond of sorority in their refuge in nature, no longer victims of patriarchy, but as two mature women in pursuit of self-realization. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for giving me time. I've skipped a lot of material from my...
Thank you so much, ma'am. I know your paper is very scholarly. You have worked hard on it. I have just one question.
Sure. I love questions.
How do you look at Surpankh's provocation or invitation to Ram to meet with her when she knows that he is with his wife?
See,
from ethical point of view.
Okay. If you look at the Naika Bhed in the Natya Shastra, there is a Naika called Prakalpa, who is very adroit in the art of lovemaking. Right? I'm not going to discuss how she does that sexual intimacy thing, because all the young students are here. You also have in Naika Bhed a Naika who is called the Abhisarika, who wants to go and meet her lover. And if you read throughout mythology, the Pranay Nivedan is not only on the part of males, the Pranay Nivedan is also on the part of females, like Urvashi approaching Arjun, and when he refuses her, she curses him to become Prihannalla. If you read the Mahabharata, जो 13वें वर्ष में अर्जुन प्रिहन्नल्ला बनते हैं मणिपुर में जाकर के, right? The transgender thing, I wrote a paper on that. Kutch or Devyani में Devyani approaches.
Madam, should we that he doesn't submit to the unethical demands of a woman, he should be cursed for that?
My question to you is the rebuttal is it unethical to go and express your love? Because there is a difference.
Expressing love and demanding physical intimacy are two different things.
Absolutely. That is the difference between love and lust. So
Yeah.
कामना और वासना में फर्क है. If love is there, you can have platonic, which is not, because love is a very comprehensive term. I love my children.
Love does not need physical intimacy.
Yeah, it does not mean physical intimacy all the time. But when it turns to vasana, what you call lust, I've written
Surkan,
was
that's why she was
punished. No, because she was not punished because of that vasana things. She was punished because she attacked Sita. She thought Sita was the obstacle between her and Ram.
so that became the cause. Vasana became the cause of that attack.
Absolutely, because
So that's why she was punished.
absolutely.
Anyway, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
The ethics for asura.
Because we have more papers online, so we would discuss it later on. Thank you very much for your.
Minute. The ethics for asura and the ethics for Aryan concerning physical intimacy and consummation of that intimacy were different. That is why Ram justifies the killing of Tadka also and the chopping off of nose. When Sita questions him, why did you do this hideous thing? Turning into a hideous, ugly thing. He says the Rakshasas have a different ethical value system.
रामायण में लिखा है जो पतिता है उसका वध करना दोष नहीं, उसका वध करना दोष नहीं, पृथ्वी के घृणित जीवों को पृथ्वी से हटाना दोष नहीं.
हाँ, लेकिन वो
इस मेंशन इन द रामायण, so we know.
Androcentric point of view है.
No, this is point of view. If any woman who attacks the rishis, munis, and disturbs their meditation and all,
that is
anyone who kills them is liable to be punished. So whether man or woman doesn't make any difference.
So that is.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Expression
please connect the online presenters.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Please connect the online presenters.
Love your questions. This is exactly what the seminar ought to do. Generate questions, conversation, discussion, deliberation. For the young scholars, they learn.
We every day raise questions in the class. अभी सबसे पहले है सरिता पांडे. Dr. Sarita Pandey, are you available online? Dr. Sarita Pandey, please begin your presentation. Your mic is mute. I think you are not audible.
No, sir, it's.
Yeah. Now we are able to get you.
Okay.
So you are welcome to this Janarand Vyas University, Jodhpur. Please begin your presentation.
Sir, I have not made the PPT, but I can just tell the crux of my paper.
Yeah, we want crux only.
Sir, so the topic of the present paper is ego aesthetics and cinematic resistance. Reading Nat Issa's tweet and Girish Kasrawali's adaptation. So basically, Nat D'Souza, whose full name is Norbert D'Souza, he has written a novella that is Creep, and it is based on a real story. And based on this particular fiction, there's the film adaptation done by Girish Kasrawali. So this paper basically deals with this hyperfiction, where this tweet deals with the dark object. So what happens in our nationalist discourse in India? It basically surrounds the political achievements, the scientific progress, and the technical advancements, what they call as heterogeneity, when it is being continuously relied on the construction of mega dam projects. So, as we know that dams are important, but my criticism is against when it becomes the greed, when we try to overpower nature. So this contemporary Indian hydrofiction, which I'm taking up, basically represents the parallelism drawn in this novel between the river, which is named Sharavati, which is on which this Lingama Matti dam is being constructed. And this river Sharavati is it has been drawn with the parallelism of the protagonist of this novella, who is Nagamini. So she is a newly married woman, and her resistance is being compared with the Sharavati river on which this dam is constructed. So, drawing the parallelism between the both, the novel talks about the resistance against the patriarchal or the colonial mindset. So it tries to explore the consumerist approach of government in the name of national interest that devalues ecology, humans, and animals. It tries to unearth the reality of dam projects in India and their impact on our environment, animals, and the lives of the farmers, the bonded laborers who have been displaced to a new land. They have been compensated, but in the process of compensation, they came across bribe, they came across the identity crisis when they are displaced to a new place, which is not their own. It might not be fertile. Their this of, let's say, is of agriculture, but to a new land, it may not be fertile. They cannot relate to it. So there are so many challenges with these farmers. I had been gone through the documentaries, and I'm having a project also on tribals of Odisha. So we came across that also, what problems they are facing due to their agricultural and identity crisis, and what happens, like we believe on certain deities. So they used to have you know, sense of protection when they are related to their particular land. And their generations rely on these deity, and they feel that due to seasonal changes also, their particular weather gods who are going to protect them. But when suddenly they are dislocated to a new land, they find a kind of identity crisis with that. And also, needless to say that their livelihood and their sense of belongingness, their survival, their community, their family structure gets hampered with that. So, they find unity in all the natural elements, the forest, the mountain, the river, the river. So the film adaptation is also very beautifully portrays what the novella wants to express. So it also shows the struggle of Nagaveni very well, who tries to preserve her niche, unlike her.
Dr. Sarita, please sum it up.
Okay, sir. So through this novel, in this paper, I had tried to give the dam projects that was the Narmada Valley project in Gujarat, the Tehri Dam. With that, I tried to locate the tension between this dam projects and in the name of hydromodernity, how it is affecting our ecology. Then we have few literatures also, like Kamla Markande's The Coffer Dam, Vishwas Patil's Jabardasti, which is translated into English like the Dream, or Nudge for the Damned. Amitabh Ghosh is the Hungry Type. Sarah Joseph's Budhini, which is again, translated work. So, to sum up, I would like to say that in the end, what happens in the novel and the filmic representation, this river mud or the submerged temple imagery, etc., the pouring folk songs, they try to situate Nagaveni final act as an eco-feminist ritual. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an in-depth analysis of these works and nicely presenting it. Thank you very much. Our next paper presenter is Dharna Goyal, Dr. Dharna Goyal.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, please.
Hello.
Or not visible so far?
Well,
Only audible, not visible so far.
okay.
Yeah.
A very warm good morning to one and all. I am Dharna Goyal, Assistant Professor, Sirohit Government PG College, and today I'll be presenting my paper on the topic Deciphering Feminist Sentiments in the Palace of Illusions through Rasa Theory. This paper is an attempt to decipher feminist sentiments through an Indian aesthetic study of the Palace of Illusions by Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni, specifically with the help of Rasa theory of Naitya Shastra by Bharat. It is to be decoded that how feminist emotions play a vital role in this novel, which is a modern day retelling of an ancient epic, Mahabharata, and give a vibrant twist to the age old tale. As the story is narrated by its protagonist, Panchali, whose voice or perspective was mostly sidelined in the original source, Divakaruni portrays her Draupadi as a woman who is prophesied to change the course of history as she goes through the turbulence of life. As we read about her triumphs and trials, we get through a myriad of emotions as readers ourselves. Hence, the rasa theory will be a great tool to undergo such a demanding task. According to the rasa theory, there are total 9 core rasas that drive human desires. Shringara, the erotic, Vasya, the comic, Tarun, pathetic, Rodra, the furious, Veer, heroic, Bhayanak, terrible, Vidya, the obvious, and good, marvelous, and finally Shanta, the peace. Because all these rasas play a significant role in the progression of the story as they bring out relative emotions in characters and readers alike. As the original inspiration was an epic poetry written in grand and elevated style, it had its own magnanimous impact on the reader. The Bakali's attempt at creating similar effect in a prose work is really impressive from its aesthetic angle. More so because she not only retold an age-old tale in her style, but also put a feminist twist in it. All her versions of characters are equally impressive and unique. They feel more natural, more human, and closer to this world. With all components of an epic intact, like ordinary heroes, heroine, superhuman deeds, and supernatural forces, but one that is the omniscient narrator. Divakaruni cleverly made her narrator a woman who was a character involved in these situations, and as the character herself, she is bound to act reactive as whatever the situation demands. This makes Anchali's character more human, and contemporary reader is able to relate to her experiences convincingly without judging her too harshly, which people often do after reading the original Mahabharata. Divakaruni tries to reconstruct traditional values against women in a patriarchy society through Panchali. As rasa literally means juice or essence or taste in Sanskrit, it evokes an indescribable feeling in the reader and audience. In a nutshell, rasa is that sensation of contentment experienced after a person has generalized himself to include all circumstances and emotions of an actor or character. Let us decode each rasa in the novel one by one. Shringara. More or less, the entire novel is wrapped in Shringar Rasa, the most primal, sensory, and heartwarming rasa of all. The first and most important example of Shringara is being the title of the magnificent novel, The Palace of Illusions. The palace symbolizes a lot of things, and it is the premise of the entire novel. Firstly, it symbolizes Panchali's love for all things beautiful and objects of her and her husband's desire. Like how she herself quotes, I loved my palace, and in return I felt its wrongs, embracing me as though it were alive. She had her faults, but she was never completely in the wrong. She always had her motives for doing certain things. When she refused to marry Karna for her brother's sake, or her tumultuous infatuation with Karna, or her jealousy towards her husband's other wives, all these feelings had all emotions of love. Also, most distinct and deep love is shared by Panchali and Krishna as friends. They are of different genders and yet they share very pure love, which is based on their intellectual and emotional minds. There are also instances of comedic relief in the novel, like the incident of Greece, tutor falling, Dhaima's witty dialogue, Krishna's teasing comments to Panchali. All these components are important part of the novel as they bring comedic relief in the tragic atmosphere of the novel. Sarungosa is freely dispersed throughout the novel, and no character is exceptional when it comes to experiencing courage or pain. Some went through it as a consequence of their actions, while others were wronged. Panchali, as the protagonist, goes through it since her birth, as she felt unwanted because her father only wanted a son who would avenge his insult. So she
Anna, please
the,
sum it up. Please sum it up.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. She suffered as a daughter, a sister, a lover, friend, a wife, a daughter-in-law, and mom. Rodriguez brings out the ferocious side of Panchali as after the disturbing incident, after the dice game, she unleashed her inner rage and inflicted upon the people who were supposed to protect her. And we can say that a woman's ferocity is different from a man's. Like Duryodhana's ferocity brought his own demise, and it was fueled from the evil, whereas Panchali's ferocity was a result of her wounded dignity. This is also notable that same rasa stirs different feelings and emotions from the readers depending on the difference of the situations. The novel is also full of Veerasa incidents of Bhayanak, the Vitsya Rasa, like killing of Abhimanyu and and the Ashwatthama attack on unborn child of Abhimanyu and Uttara. Shant Rasa, the most important rasa of all, as it concludes human life and experience. Like after storm comes silence, after the war comes peace, so, after the experience of entire human life comes its consequence, the final blow, death, the ultimate peace. Like all creatures, big and small, Panchali also finally found the peace in death, a shant or peace that came from either pleasure or pain. In conclusion, Panchali as a narrator throws feminist light on each and every situation. Her feelings range from fear and anger and fierce vengeance to deep humiliation, profound suffering, and an unwavering resolve. Her emotional journey is characterized by a courageous struggle against injustice, particularly after her disrobing after the dice game. She is a woman of strong character because she had a life like no other. She is born of fire and was married to five men of different characters. Despite immense pain and suffering, she maintains her strength, dignity, and commitment to truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Dharna, for such a scholarly deliberation, analyzing it from the feminist point of view and analyzing all the rasas in the novel. Thank you very much. Our next
Thank you,
paper
sir.
presenter is Reena Kumari. Reena Kumari. Reena, are you there? Okay. Next paper presenter is Shatain Paneri. Shatain Paneri, are you there? Okay. Now I invite Dr. Ajay Bahuguna. Ajay, are you there? Ajay Bahuguna, Satyan Paneri, Reena Kumari. Is there anybody on the online? Who is there?
Sir, I'm there from the Reshma Dugar from the technical session 4.
You want to present your paper now?
Sir, I'm ready if
Yeah,
it's
please,
okay.
please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Very good morning to all the panel there, and of course, good morning to all my fellow presenters. Um, I'm Reshma Dugar, and I'm here to share my study on about how contemporary Indian trauma narratives have used Dhwani as a literary tool to not only depict trauma but also to evoke the emotions in the reader, the rasas as we call it, the rasa of karuna, the compassion, empathy, and that's what literature is all about. It's therapeutic. Literature, as we say, is it helps in the healing process, and this is how dhwani is used to evoke those rasas. So, my focus is on three important novels by women writers, namely Gitanjali Shri and Arupa Patangya Kahita. Gitanjali Shri's Tomb of Sand and The Roof Beneath Their Feet, and Arupa Patangya's The Loneliness of Hira Barwa. First, I would like to explain as the theory of rasa, dhwani, as proposed by Ananda Vardhana, emphasizes the importance of suggestion in literary works. According to this theory, the true meaning of the text lies not in its implicit meaning, but in the not in its it lies in the implicit or suggested meanings beyond the literal or the denotative meaning. And that's exactly what these novels have portrayed. They have used symbols, metaphors to express more than what words can speak, and going a little against the Western trauma theorists like those of Kathy Carruth and Sigmund Freud, where they suggest it is it's the repressed emotions which need a vent, which actually needs to be articulated. But here, when I'm when we are studying Indian trauma narratives, it's important to go back to Indian aesthetics, to study Indian philosophy, because our trauma is comparatively different from the Western concepts. And trauma here is not only individual; it is hugely influenced by socio-cultural factors, and women especially. Women are not vocal about their trauma. It is their silence. It is their the endurance that they have that speaks a lot about their trauma, and that is where dhwani comes in, because the symbols used, as in Tomb of Sand. If I take up that novel, the Tomb of Sand, it is the theme is about partition. But partition here is not just physical or a geographical line. it it is a line. It is a line which the protagonist, the 80-year-old Ma, she imagines it. It's a separation, as well as a bridge between the past and the present. And she dances, and there's a particular scene where she dances on this imagined border, expressing a pain through movement and emotion rather than words. This dance is what it is the dhwani, it is the action in dhwani. The emotional truth is felt beneath the surface and not spoken out loud. So it is this dhwani that creates the compassion, the it evokes back in the reader. It evokes those rasas in the reader, and that is how the subtle message used by the author the subtle message of using imagery, symbolism, metaphors, which reach out to to the reader, and he or she is able to absorb the depth of the feelings of the protagonist. And uh, and similarly, the trauma of border, the trauma of separation, the trauma of lost love, the trauma of being keeping your past in secret due to socio-cultural factors. So, dhwani is very important, as I said in my paper. When we study when we study Indian trauma narratives, it is very necessary that we go back to Indian aesthetics, Indian philosophy. It is interdisciplinary. We need to go through all this to understand the causes of trauma, not only the causes, but also the healing process of trauma. Sudhir Kakkar and our first psychoanalyst, Girinder Shekhar, both said that a lot. They have defied what Freud had said, and they he proposes that our trauma is based on our karma, and we even take it believing it to be our karma. So it is a revisiting of Indian aesthetics, right? And in the roof beneath their feet, again, the rooftop is the special symbol space. It is a place where women share their secrets, joys, sorrows, mostly through gestures, shadows, and silence rather than explicit conversation. I mean, through the book, if you come, it's very difficult to find out the relationship between Chacho and Lalna, the two main women in the story. The grief, the shared grief, everything is expressed on the rooftop, which becomes that sacred space, which is also private for them. They can express, they can be themselves, they can express themselves, they can feel compassion for each other, and as well as it becomes a space for speculation when neighbors gaze on. So the rooftops is just not a physical. It's not. No words are said. Later on, when the narrator reflects his, remembers all those, tries to recollect all those memories. It's the rooftop. He's looking at the rooftop as if they are going to give him the answers. As if the rooftops have been witness to his mother's and Lalna's relationship. And he looks on to the roofs as if he's waiting for answers. And Dhwani, the effect that is created here, again, it's Dhwani that is in action. Again in Tomb of Sand, the mother keeps referring to the wall. Okay, so her pain, it's like the wall is a symbol. She sometimes wants to just become a tiny creature and pass through, scrape through that wall, symbolizing freedom. It's the wall which is depicting her sorrow, her trauma, her silence throughout the novel. Through halfway through the novel, we don't even hear what Ma has, Ma's words, because she's silent most of the time. So all that word, although she is silent, we can feel that pain. And that is, again, money and action, again, as I say, because it is the effect that metaphor, the wall, the border, the other things that even the flowers, the seasons around, they are the ones who are
Dr. Resma,
speaking.
please sum it up.
Yes, sir. So again, in the loneliness of Hira Barwa, trauma is expressed in the domestic space, the house and its fading light and silence. Hira Barwa, the main protagonist, her loneliness is not spoken. It is the furniture, the house, the walls around her that speak about her trauma. So I would, again, in conclusion, I would just say that the novel shows a uniquely Indian way of expressing trauma. They challenge Western trauma theories by highlighting the power of silence, metaphor, and resonance in Indian literature. They also reveal the feminine psyche way of dealing with suffering, not by loud protest, but by quiet endurance and deep emotional layers. By studying these novels through the lens of Dhwani, we revisit and revive Indian aesthetics in contemporary literary world. This not only honors ancient Indian cultural traditions, but also helps us to understand how Indian women writers use language and silence to explore complex trauma and identity. And the last line I would like to end by saying is that we need to, through my study of what I'm trying to emphasize is that we need to incorporate Indian philosophy. We just, the Western theory is not enough on its own to study Indian trauma narratives as such. We need an integration of both. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Isma, for so excellently presenting this trauma theory, relating it to the Indian belief of karma and analyzing rasas with Dhoni theory. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
So now I thank all the paper presenters for so nicely presenting the papers and bearing with us, especially compromising with time. Dr. Jagriti Upadhyay especially. So thank you all. This time I thought that I should give you more time with possible. Okay, we'll begin next session now.
I think it's finished. So I was
have
in the
finished.
next one. Is it okay for me to leave, sir?
Yeah, you may leave now. Your paper is accepted. Thank you very
Thank you so
much.
much. Thank you.
Okay. We break for 5 minutes and then again we are going to begin next session. हैं? बस अभी नेक्स्ट सेशन शुरू होगा अभी. अच्छा, ये अभी जुड़े हैं क्या? एक मिनट. कौन कौन जुड़े हैं? नहीं नहीं, ये तो सरित. एक मिनट, ये नेक्स्ट सेशन के ही है. पुराने वाले में तो रीना कुमारी, सत्यन पनेरी और अजय बहुगुणा ये थे. अभी नेक्स्ट सेशन वाले हैं. अजय बहुगुणा है क्या? अजय बहुगुणा, आर यू देयर? Ajay Bahuguna, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes, present your paper.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible and visible. Please sum up your paper in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir, sure, sir. Good morning to all of you, sir. This is Dr. Ajay Gupta, University of Education Speaker, and I am presenting my paper, Colonizing DT, Indian Aesthetics as Resistance in the Indian English Literature. My paper explores how the Indian English writers have redefined the concept of beauty in the Eurocentric aesthetic ideals imposed during the colonial period. Traditionally, the Western notions of the beauty emphasizes symmetry, form, and refinement, values rooted in the classical Greek and Enlightenment. These standards marginalized Indian aesthetics philosophies that connect beauty with its spirituality, morality, and emotions, embodied in the concepts of rasa, that is the emotional essence, bhava, which is expression, and the satyam, shivam, sundara, which is truth, goodness, and beauty. My paper argues that Indian English authors, by blending these ingenious principles into English literary forms, have turned writing itself into an act of culture, resistance, and reclamation. The theoretical framework contrasts Western aesthetics with regard to beauty as detached and formal with Indian aesthetics, which view it experiential and spiritual. Drawing on the thinkers like Homi Bhabha and Gayatri Shiva, the paper situates Indian English writing within the postcolonial theory, emphasizing hybridity in the recovery of aesthetic autonomy. By infusing Indian rhymes, Indian symbols, and emotions back into English, these authors create what the paper calls a rasa of resistance, transforming the colonizer's language into the vessel of native sensibility. The journey of aesthetics decolonizing begins with early writers like Rabindranath Tagore, Raja Rao, Martin Twain, Tagore's Gitanjali especially transformed the beauty into the divine experience that unites the human in the sphere. With Raja Rao's Kantapura reimagines English prose sacred storytelling rooted in the Indian oral traditions. R.K. Narayanan through the guide and Mahogany stories locates the beauty and simplicity of everyday life, entering the colonial ecosystems with humor and humanity. Together, these writers reclaimed beauty from the Western detachment, grounding it in the spirituality, faith, and common experience. The post-independence writers like Anita Desai, Anita Ghosh, Arundhati Roy further expanded the boundaries of the Indian aesthetics as well. Like Desai's Clear Light of the Day, this covers the beauty in silence, memory, and inner emotions. In the contemporary landscape, poets like the Meena Alexander, Arundhati Subramaniam continues the decolonizing mission by integrating gender, diaspora, and spirituality into the Indian aesthetic vision. Alexander's poetry reclaims the beauty through Karuna Rasa, which is compassion, expressing the pain and resilience of exiles with Subramaniam's When God is a Traveler, merges the sacred and sensual experience, redefine beauty, the divine in the ordinary. Both these writers embody an aesthetic of reclamation that fuses Indian tradition with modern subjectivity. The paper concludes that the evolution of Indian English history from Tagore to Subramaniam represents a continuous journey of decolonizing beauty. Indian writers have liberated aesthetics experience from the Western frameworks and reconnected it with the ingenious philosophies rooted in emotions, spirituality, and cultural identity. Beauty, once confined to cultural standards, is re-imaging as a dynamic force of resistance, empathy, and self-discovery. By reclaiming beauty through their writings, Indian authors gathered not only artistic independence, but also the spiritual and the cultural autonomy of a civilization that constantly renews itself through the creative presence. So this is all about my paper, sir, which I have written on the Rasa theory and the Indian aesthetics.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajay, for so nicely presenting the paper. Okay, thank you all.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Last technical session of 2 days national seminar entitled Revisiting Indian Aesthetics Through Indian Literatures in English. We are indeed fortunate enough to have amongst us one of the finest personalities of Jainan Vyas University, who has deep inclination towards aesthetics, painting, colors, abstractions, ideas, images, and she has immense experience of traveling throughout India, delivering her speeches, her expertise, not only to the students but also to the academic groups and gatherings. So let us hear for Professor Ritu Johari ma'am. She is the special guest invited for the fourth technical session amongst us. Madam, I request you to please kindly come up the dais. And I would request Dr. Jagrati Upadhyay madam to felicitate ma'am by offering garland to her.
Please.
So we have few technical research paper in this session. I would be calling the names one by one, and I would request all the presenters online and offline to be very precise and conclude whatever they have researched in past 1 or 2 months regarding their title within 3 to 5 at the max minutes, so that we can wind up this session around 12:30 and begin with the valedictory session. So the first of all, I request Mitakshara Charan for her presentation. Please kindly introduce yourself and tell me the title of your paper and then start. On the right side.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mitaksha Charan, and today I am here to present my paper. The title of my paper is Time, Desire, and Being, a comparative and contrasting study of carpe diem and karma and calm in Western and Indian thought. From the dawn of human consciousness, time, pleasure, and mortality have always remained preoccupied in human mortality, have always been preoccupied in human thoughts, philosophy, and art. Every culture, age, and time have engaged with the paradox of time and existence, that life, how it holds the moments of joy and beauty even in the transience. The Sanskrit word Purusharth combines two words, Puru meaning human and Puru meaning human being and Artha meaning purpose or goal. Together they mean the aims or values of human, also known as the fourfold aims or values of human life. Puru, that is equal to human being, are capable of self-awareness and moral choices, and Artha, that is equal to the goal or the value, that is something to be achieved or relieved. It can be an intrinsic value like good in itself, happiness, virtue, or value like money or tools. So we can summarize Purusharth as a continuously chosen goal or value which adds more meaning to your life. There are four principles of Purusharth, that is dharma, arth, kama, and moksha, each representing a vital dimension of human journey. Now, carpe diem at its heart means seize the day, which means you have to live for today because you are not sure if you are having a tomorrow or not. But that doesn't mean you will hedonistically only immerse yourself into pleasures. Carpe diem means that you have to, obviously, you have to enjoy the present, but if there is a future, do something today that it can also add something to your future as well. The, the concept of carpe diem was given by Horace. So how karma and carpe diem are connected? Calm, as I told you, is not just merely about indulgence or pleasure. It is our ability to enjoy the delights, the sensual pleasures, the emotional pleasures, as well as the aesthetic pleasures. So, how is carpe diem, which is seize the day, related to calm? Because you cannot live in past, and because past is all anyway gone, and you cannot live in future because it is yet to come, and yet to come with all the uncertainties. You only have this present moment. So to enjoy any kind of pleasure, be it be emotional, aesthetic, or sensual, you need to be present in the moment. So this is how carpe diem and karma, we can say, can be related, and similarly in this way they can be contrasting as well, because you need to be present in the moment to enjoy whatever delights you are having. In For example, I would like to mention RK Lakshman's The Guide, how carpe diem and karma are there. For Raju, everything is transitory, so he tries to make most of the today. And Rosie and Raju's relationship was a product of calm. He was instantly attracted to her, and he did not waited for future. He just act upon it. He acted on his karma desires. This shows how carpe diem and karma, there is a bridge between both of them, and how they are related. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mitakshara. The paper has lot many avenues through which we can go into the deep analysis of what aesthetics can include in extensive horizons. Next, we have Sarada. And I would request all the online presenters to join the link so that you can present your paper on time.
Hello everyone. Good morning to all of you. I'm Sharda, Assistant Professor at Rana Ugam Singh College, Balesar. My topic is the Indian sensibility in post-colonial and diasporic literature. The topic highlights the unique perspectives of Indian writers reflecting of their cultural heritage, tradition, and experiences. The portrayal of Indian landscapes, food habits, customs, religious rituals, and way of life showcase the richness of Indian aestheticism. Notably renowned and Notably renowned post-colonial and diasporic writers like Salman Rushdie have explored the core Indian values through magic realism, making their works truly remarkable. When people migrated to an alien land from their homeland, they carried their ancestral values, culture, religious customs, and their way of life with them. This paper explores the Indian sensibility in post-colonial and diasporic literature through the writers such as Amitav Ghosh, V.S. Naipaul, Salman Rushdie, Jhumpa Lahiri, and Rohinton Mistries. These genius personalities have presented their different perspectives on diaspora and native culture through their works. The specific Through their works, they presented the diasporic sensibilities featured with portrayal of people experiencing nostalgic alienation, discrimination, and quest for identity, survival, imperial dominance, cultural change, and existential rootlessness. Jhumpa Lahiri has written about the diasporic condition narrated through stories that reveal the complexities of identity and cultural differences in the diasporic space in her works. The novel A House for Mr. Biswas has elements of high comedy and tragic pathos which are closely associated with Naipaul's own personal search for meaning in life. The migrant wandering from place to place becomes a stranger in foreign land, and this alienation affects their identity, psychological peace, and existential status. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sharda has been the student of our own department, and she recently got selected as an assistant professor from RPSC examination. So we congratulate her, and the same happens with Mitakshara Charan. She is the former student of our department, and she also got selected as an assistant professor RPSC. So department takes pride in you all. Next we have in our list Santosh.
A very good morning to Honorable Dice and everyone gathered here. My name is Santosh Solanki. I'm a research scholar from JNVU Jodhpur under the guidance of Professor Satish Kumar Harit sir. And today's topic for the paper is an analytical study of the classical rasas in Vishnu Sharma's Panchtantra within the framework of Indian aesthetics. Now, the introductory part. The Panchtantra is one of the most influential texts of ancient India. Although it is widely known as Niti Shastra, means to teach political and practical wisdom to princes. It is equally important as a literary and aesthetic text. In my paper, I examine how the Panchtantra beautifully reflects the rasa theory of Bharat Muni and how all classical rasas like Shringar, Hasya, Karuna, Rodra, Veera, Bhayanaka, Vivitsa, and Adbhuta appear throughout stories. My argument is that the Panchtantra is the only a moral text. Sorry, it's not only a moral text, but a complete aesthetic experience. About rasa theory, according to Bharat in Natya Shastra, rasa is the emotional essence tasted by the audience. Later scholars like Anand Vardhana and Abhinav Gupta explained that rasa arises through suggestions, imaginations, and universal emotional experiences. When we apply this story to the Panchtantra, we see that every story evokes one or more rasas to make the moral lesson memorable. Now, the analysis of eight rasa. The first one is Shringar ras, that is affection. Seen in stories like The Monkeys and the Crocodile, where the monkey's gentle trust produces emotional warmth. Shringar here is not romantic but affectionate. Hasyaras, that is humor. Many stories use humor to teach lessons. For example, in The Donkeys in the Tiger's Skin, the donkey's foolish praying creates laughter and exposes superficial appearances. Karuna Rasa, that is sorrow. A powerful example is the Brahmin and the mongoose, where the Brahmin mistakenly kills the loyal mongoose. This story creates deep emotional compassion. The fourth one is Rodra Rasa, that is anger, found strongly in the war between the crows and the owls, where conflict and revenge dominate. It warns about uncontrolled anger in politics. Now, the fifth one is Veeras, that is the heroism, visible in the four fronts, where the deer, crow, turtle, and mouse rescue one another with courage and intelligence. The sixth one is Bhayanak Ras, that is fear, appears in the stories like The Pigeon and the Net, where the birds fear death before escaping collectively. Seventh, Vipats Ras, that is disgust. The jackal in the Blue Jackal evokes disgust due to his deceit and hypocrisy. Eighth one, that is Adbhutaras, wonder, seen in the clever stories like The Rabbit and the Lion, where the weak rabbit defeats a powerful lion through intelligence. These moments of wonder keep the reader engaged. Integration of rasa and niti. My paper argues that Vishnu Sharma intentionally uses these rasas to make moral instruction more effective. Rasa creates emotional impact. Niti provides wisdom. Together they make the stories unforgettable. Thus, the Panchtantra teaches through feeling, not lecture. This is why it has survived across centuries, language, and cultures. Now, the conclusion.
My study shows that the Panchtantra is not just a political manual but a masterpiece of Indian aesthetics. Its stories uses all rasas to transform ethical lessons to deep emotional experiences. This fusion of rasa and niti gives the text universal appeal and confirms the power of classical Indian aesthetics in shaping narrative traditions. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Santosh, Vishnu Sarma's Pantantra, and the indebted aesthetic realm which you explored in your paper. Thank you. We shall be going through all the papers of all the technical session through a review team, and the good papers will be published later on as the proceedings of the seminar. So next we have Khushbu Kuldeep. Do we have Khushbu Kuldeep in the hall? No. So next we have Ramsuk. No, we don't have Ramsuk. So online presenters, we have Doita Kundu, Reshma Dugad, Shyam Dev, Ajay Bahuguna, Priyanka Kumari, Vijay Dayan, Ajay Musawat. Before I invite online presenters, I would now like to invite Professor Ritu Johari ma'am for her insight and knowledge about Indian aesthetics through literatures and paintings. Ma'am has amazing work. She has 1 or 5 years of her life to art and created so many wonderful students, so many wonderful research ideas, and created so many great groups through which she has traveled throughout the this nation and told how colors speak poetry, how colors can communicate a story, and how colors can even induce in you the rasas. Ma'am, Professor Ritu Johari ma'am. आप मैम यहाँ करेंगे जैसे जैसा ठीक
Good morning to all. Thank you, Dr. Hitendra Goyal, for inviting me. And it is great pleasure and honor to me to be with all the Rasiks, Hridayas. And have you heard about the UNESCO MOW? In April 2025, Natya Shastra and Srimad Bhagavad Gita has registered in UNESCO as in their MOW. This is the great pride for all Indians. There are about 14 manuscripts which were registered in UNESCO since 2013. Natya Shastra and Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Mitandhara told about Purusharth, Purush. इस कड़ी में मैं पुरुष शब्द जहां इन्होंने यूज किया उसके साथ में महापुरुष जोड़ना चाहती हूँ कि उस महापुरुष के लक्षण श्रीमद् भगवत गीता में 32 लक्षण की बात जहां आती है वो हम सुनते हैं जब आइडिया एंड इमेज एस्थेटिक्स के साथ में जुड़ता है एस्थेटिक्स इस लाइफ से हमारी कंटेंट से इस ह्यूमन बीइंग से बिल्कुल भी अलग नहीं है वो सब स्टडी करके ही रस माने गए कि 8 रस शुरू में माने गए बाद में नवा रस शांत रस बाद में जुड़ा और भरत मुनि का कंट्रीब्यूशन और उन पर पाई गई बाद में व्याख्याएं और टीकाएं आज कंटेम्परेरी टाइम में हमारे साथ में कैसे को रिलेट होती हैं उसको हम सिर्फ अभिज्ञान शाकुंतलम या पुराने एग्जाम्पल्स से ना समझ के जैसे कि हम क्लास में भी पढ़ाते हैं तो हम उसमें फिल्म भी ले आते हैं हम थिएटर भी ले आते हैं और क्लासिक फिल्म्स जो हैं एक्टर्स जो हैं उनके बारे में भी बात करते हैं तो एक रिलेवेंट कंटेम्परेरी रस थ्योरी को वापस रिवाइव करने की जरूरत है उसके लिए इस सेमिनार इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आपके जो रिसर्च पेपर्स एक ऐसा रिविजिटिंग टू इंडियन एस्थेटिक्स, इंडिजिनस आर्ट, देश की हेरिटेज, परंपराएं, इन ट्रेडिशंस में आप अपना एक लिविंग सेल, you are adding a living cell in the tissue of muscles of Indian culture and philosophy and literature and art and aesthetics. All we have heard about these aesthetic values. तो what are महापुरुष ऋग्वेद, ऋग्वेद में पुरुष सूक्त आता है जिसमें पुरुष का वर्णन है। और जब भगवत गीता की बात करते हैं, सारे रस उस तरह से कैसे, जैसे मिट्टी के अंदर पानी डाल देते हैं तो सुगंध आ जाती है ना, ऐसे ही हम सबके अंदर सारे रस हैं, जैसे ही मिट्टी में पानी पड़ता है उसकी सुगंध आने लगती है। और कैसे हम सब राष्ट्रगान भी गाते हैं, भारत माता की जय भी करते हैं, और एक पूरे 5 लाख लोगों, 5 करोड़ लोग भी एक ही भाव में कैसे जी लेते हैं। तो भाव ही रस नहीं है, ये सब मैंने आपके ऑनलाइन, कल मैं ट्रेवलिंग में थी, मैंने चला रखा था कि व्हाट इज हैपनिंग टुडे इन आवर यूनिवर्सिटी, कि दिस इज द बेस्ट थिंग टू कोरिलेट विद कंटेम्प्रेरी एंड एंशिएंट टेक्स्ट। तो आइडिया इन इमेज की जब बात की जाती है तो आइडिया कैसे कि फूल चाहता है कि मैं खुशबू हो जाऊं, सुरभि, और सुरभि चाहती है कि मैं फूल हो जाऊं, कंटेंट चाहता है कि मैं शब्द हो जाऊं, और शब्द चाहता है कि मैं कंटेंट हो जाऊं। इस तरह की रविन्द्रनाथ ठाकुर की बात, और दादू, और बहुत सारे हमारे पास में थिंकर्स हैं। तो इन रस थ्योरी की बात जब चल रही है तो हम कैसे 8 रसों की, मुद्राओं की, बहुत सारी बातें हम सहृदय की, ये सब करते हैं। इसके बाद में भी क्या यहीं तक पर्याप्त है? जब मैं महापुरुष की बात से शुरू करती हूँ, जब मैं भगवत गीता की बात से शुरू करती हूँ, जैसा कि अभी सोशल कंटेंट्स की बात आई थी, तो कैसे रिफ्लेक्ट करता है, लिटरेचर रिफ्लेक्ट करता है, आर्ट रिफ्लेक्ट करती है, जिसको हम बिंब और प्रतिबिंब की बात करते हैं। बिंब आप शब्दों के थ्रू बनाते हैं, हम लोग कलर्स के थ्रू बनाते हैं, पर बनता तो वो मानस में है। और बहुत सारे मैं की वर्ड्स मैंने इकट्ठे किए थे, जिसको हम मानस व्यापार, मेडिटेशन, स्पिरिचुअलिज्म, बहुत सारे ऐसे वर्ड्स जो कि उस माइंड में जाके, हार्ट और माइंड दोनों में जाकर के रिफ्लेक्ट होते हैं, वो प्रतिबिंब हो रहा है। तो इसका चर्चा तो बहुत लंबी है और बहुत गहरी भी है, और ये अवसर बहुत अच्छा है कि सब उस फ्रीक्वेंसी पे सेट हुए हुए हैं कि हम एस्थेटिक्स की बात करें। तो पुरुष सूक्त की बात करते हुए मैं ये बात कहना चाहती हूँ कि ये रस सिद्धांत की थ्योरी इसी जीवन, इसी हमारे ही आसपास के वातावरण से और बेसिकली हमारे अंदर से ही प्रतिबिंबित हो रही है। पर जब हम वैश्विक स्वरूप की बात करते हैं, मैं अभी इन दिनों विराट स्वरूप पे काम कर रही हूँ, जिसमें भगवत गीता में अर्जुन को ही दिखाया था, जिसके लिए स्पेशल चक्षु की जरूरत थी। तो आज सभी के वो चक्षु खुले हुए लग रहे हैं मुझे कि और मैं चाहती हूँ कि ये हमारे आर्ट वर्ल्ड में सबके ही ये चलता रहे। तो उस विराट स्वरूप की परिकल्पना क्या इस जीवन से ही थी, क्या इस रस से थी? तो वो पूरा कंबाइंड सारे रसों का एक फॉर्म है। हम अलग अलग जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, श्रृंगार और विभत्स, और उस विराट स्वरूप में हजारों आंखें हैं, हजारों हाथ हैं, हजारों मुंह हैं, सारे रुद्र हैं, आदित्य हैं। और कब कब दिखाया, ये भी मैं अभी 6 तक तो पहुंच गई हूँ कि 6 बार विश्व रूप दिखाया गया श्री कृष्ण या विष्णु के द्वारा। तो वो एक संपूर्ण रस अवस्था के टारगेट की, कल मैं ये भी सुन रही थी, नाद ब्रह्म, शब्द ब्रह्म, है ना, और ये कैसे ब्रह्मवाद की बात हो रही थी। पर ये सारी बात ही इसलिए हम करते हैं कि म्यूजिक में, पेंटिंग में, लिटरेचर में कुछ तरह से हम उस सुप्रीम पावर को, ब्रह्म को लोड कर पाते हैं। सिर्फ हम कर पाते हैं, साइंस नहीं कर पाती। है ना, कैसे मीरा के भजनों पे, सूरदास के भजनों पे, चैतन्य महाप्रभु के साथ सबकी हारमोनी बह करके निकल रही है ना। इस तरह से सिर्फ लिटरेचर, थिएटर, पेंटिंग, स्कल्पचर, वो सब उस ब्रह्म को लोड करने की क्षमता रखते हैं, जो कि साइंस नहीं रखती है। तो कोई विवाद का विषय नहीं है, साइंस हमारा हेल्प करती है, हम साइंस की हेल्प करते हैं। और बहुत बहुत डीप इसका एस्थेटिक्स है, जिसमें हम शायद कहीं किसी ने बात की हो, मैथमेटिकल एस्थेटिक्स भी होता है, गोल्डन सेक्शन की बात की हो, वो भी होता है। तो ये मतलब एस्थेटिक्स सिर्फ फॉर्म या एक हारमोनी या उसकी ही बात नहीं है, पूरा साइंटिफिक इसका पूरा टूल जो है सारे साइंटिफिक हैं। तो ये बहुत ही अच्छी चर्चा की बात है। मैं सिर्फ इसलिए कुछ संकेत, कुछ डायरेक्शंस, कुछ इस तरह का सबके बीच में ज्यादातर छोड़ती हूँ कि हम उस बारे में भी सोचें। सोशल कंटेंट्स, हमारे भाव, सुख दुख, हॉरिजॉन्टल हम सब देखते हैं, पर उसको उस सुप्रीम पावर और उस स्पेस के अंदर ही हम सब कर रहे हैं, जो कि चिदात्मा की बात की जाती है, विश्वात्मा की बात की जाती है, हमारे चिदाकाश की बात की जाती है कि हम वहां विचरण करते हैं। तो आप के अभी मैंने कल भी सुने थे और आज भी जो सुने, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि गोयल साहब और प्रोफेसर हरित ने, इंग्लिश डिपार्टमेंट ने एस्थेटिक्स पे बात की, इतना अच्छा आयोजन किया। और आप सबके लिए बहुत बहुत बेस्ट विशेस और proud of our university.
Hello, August gathering. I think it has been a thoroughly 1.5 days so far, to be technically correct. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, yeah. So it has been an amazing revelry, intellectual and aesthetic revelry that we have been indulging in for the last 1.5 days. And Ritu ma'am's morning exposition on aesthetics today, it has left me enthralled. And ma'am has very beautifully fused the scientific base of aesthetics, talking about mathematical paradigms. And I think there could not have been a more befitting speaker than Ritu ma'am, who herself hails from the fine arts, from the sublime field of fine arts painting. And she has very beautifully and in a very lucid manner, ma'am has uh, enlightened us on what aesthetics is in a very colloquial and in a very understandable manner. And ma'am, we really thank you for sparing your valuable time and coming out here and joining us on this amazing journey of aesthetics today. The highest purpose of art, as we all know, is the revelation of the soul. And I think aesthetics does that duty in the most interesting and beautiful manner. Fine. Thank you all for hearing. Thank you, Ritu ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aki Vyas, ma'am. Next presenter is also the alumnus of Department of English and our very nice friend, Govind Saraswat. अभी जस्ट बाहर गए हैं वो. Call Govind. Till Govind comes, I invite online first presenter Joita Kundu. Joita, you're not audible to us. Not yet, Joita. Just a second. Let us check the technical thing and glitches. Kindly speak something.
Hello.
Yeah, you are now audible.
So, yes. Good morning, everyone.
I'm Joita Kundubas, Assistant Professor at Government College Similwada. And thank you all for giving me this opportunity to present my paper, which is titled Rasa and the Visual Imagination in Indian Graphic Novels. Sir, I'm just asking this, I'm sharing a slide here. Is it visible there on the screen?
Slide is visible, but kindly be very much precise because we have given only 5 to 6 minutes. Okay.
So the paper explores how classical Indian aesthetic theory of rasa, rooted in Bharat Muni's Natya Shastra, continues to find meaningful expression in modern Indian graphic novels. All the comics and graphic novels have always been considered amateur or very juvenile forms. They have now evolved into a very sophisticated medium of storytelling that merges the words and images together to communicate complex emotional and political realities. And in India, this graphic novel has developed both as a continuation of our rich visual storytelling tradition and also as a modern space for socio-political reflection. For my paper, I have chosen three texts. One is Vishwajyoti Ghosh, Dilli Kam. Second is Malik Sajad's Munnu, a boy from Kashmir, and Amruta Patil's Kari. And because of this, they represent three dimensions of human experience: the political, the communal, and the personal. And that's why I have chosen these three novels. Now, the first novel, Dilli Ka, a very heart-rending graphic novel by Vishwajyoti Ghosh. This offers a powerful insight into India during the emergency period when civil liberties were suspended under the rule of the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. And this story, a historic narrative blended with fiction, follows the life of three young men, VP, Master, and Parvez. And through their journey, Ghosh explores censorship, surveillance, tensions between repression and rebellion. And he uses the traditional concept of rasa, representing different layers of emotional existence. For example, the darkness of the
अच्छी एनर्जी
sparkling
आई
way through a monochromatic palette that highlights the moral polarity, the authoritarian state, and the repressed citizen. And this darkness expresses the Bhayanaka rasa, the rasa of fear, which is arising from the omnipresent power. The tinted sepia tone, it also gives a sada look, which serves as a metaphor of memory. The red-brown colors used in the novel, which resembles dried blood, the ink splatters, which are specially found in the scenes of violence, and the dense paneling in the novel, the crowded compositions, this creates a very ambience of claustrophobia, which evokes the Bhayanaka again through images of confinement, surveillance, and entrapment. Here, the reader's gaze is constantly obstructed by posters, vigilant eyes, propaganda billboards, and these things function as vibhava, the determinants of fear. The disembodied voice of power and the panoptical eye, this also provokes the rasa rasa, the rasa of anger. And this anger is made more ironical through use of comic strip caricatures of Mrs. Indira Gandhi as Mother, Rajiv Gandhi as Sanjay Gandhi as Prince. This highlights the dehumanizing effect of the totalitarian rule. There in the picture, we also have the smiling saviors shown very distorted. Identical mark which intensified the Vikasa Rasa by reflecting the mortality and imposed uniformity. And the gagged mouths of citizens, where we see people going to the Deptt, produce a dual effect of Bhayanaka along with Hasya, ironic laughter amid tears. The next novel that we deal with is in Malik Sajad's Munnu, a boy from Kashmir, which gives us an insider's view of life in Kashmir under military occupation. It follows the story of Munnu, who goes through the socio-political crisis of his homeland, and here the issues of displacement, fear, loss, surveillance, all happening under militarization, is portrayed through the black and white symmetrical illustrations. Even the use of anthropomorphic Hangul deer as a metaphor for the Kashmiris, which emphasize their vulnerability, endangered experience, evokes the Karuna Rasa. The Karuna Rasa arises from the showing of death, disappearances, sorrows of police, and the depiction of Kashmiris, the vulnerable Angul fear against the backdrop of the military, the army, which is shown as the human form of predators. The Bhayanaka Rasa also emerges from soldiers, checkpoints, barbed wires, and constant watchfulness. The Rodra Rasa appears in silent glances, suppressed rage, and the artist's creative defiance. The Bibhatsa Rasa is also evoked here in scenes showing mutilated bodies, corpses,
Kindly conclude, Joyita.
and bodies dumped. Another novel that I did here with is Amruta Patil's Kari, which follows Kari, who survives a suicide attempt with her lover. Here, the novel is also rooted in Rasa, as I show that it evokes Vasa Rasa as Kari swims through filth, stench, and urban waste, the toxicity of our environment. And there are two major moments here that shows the transformation that evokes also the Vivasa and Shantarasa, where one she emerges alive from the seaward after a fall, and the other one scene where she is standing confidently on a rooftop, this time not to jump, but rather to embrace her identity. So, in my conclusion, I want to assert that how Indian graphic novels have effectively used the visual and narrative tools to evoke the depth to the traditional aesthetic theory of Rasa. From the bibhatsa of political chaos in Delhi to the karuna of Kashmir suffering in Munmu, Samstasa, self-realization in Kari. Each work transforms a technique of graphic novels into an immersive emotional experience. And these novels actually show that Rasa is just not confined to any ancient classical books, but also continues to shape contemporary Indian narratives, proving that the graphic novel also a powerful extension of India's rich literary and aesthetic tradition. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Joyita. It was well-researched paper, and we are really sorry to give you only 5, 6 minutes. We will definitely go through your paper, and if it fits the dimension of the review committee, we'll definitely get it published.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next in our list, we have Reshma Duggad. Reshma. Okay. So next in my list, I have Shyam Dev.
Good afternoon, sir.
Shyam Dev, you are not visible. Kindly on your video.
Sir, just 10 seconds, I will get it.
Till things are rectified at the end of Shyam Dev, we have Ajay Bahuguna. Ajay Bahuguna has done good. Priyanka Kumari.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Priyanka, this is your turn now.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Priyanka Kumari. I am a research scholar at Jayanara Vyas University, Jodhpur, and I am working with Dr. Rakhi Vyas. I am going to present my research paper on aesthetic meditation between East and West through the writer Raja Rao and J. Pura. I want to explain the term aesthetic meditation. Kant is often credited for the idea of aesthetic meditation. Aesthetic meditation in literature refers to the process through which art or literary forms become a medium of negotiating, translating, or reconciling different realities, whether it is cultural, philosophical, emotional, or spiritual. In 20th century, we saw a profound cross-cultural exchange between Eastern and Western philosophies. Through the example of Raja Rao and J. Kura, we can say that Raja Rao brings Eastern philosophy to Western literary forms, while J. Kura observed Eastern spirituality into Western modern history where Rajarao meditates the East into Western literary language through his work Kantapura. The Kantapura's aesthetic is oral, cynical, and infused with Hindu cosmology through the character of Murti, who which was a caricature of Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi is symbolized here the character of Krishna or Rama. In Dharmagams, the aesthetic of Jet Purath is spontaneous, transient, and rooted in Jain awareness through the character of Ray Smith. Now I am concluding my paper by saying that Rajaram and J. Purath, though separated by geography, culture, but proposed a same background for literary kinship. Each undertakes a journey of meditation between East and West, body and soul, art and speech. In Kantapura, Rao transformed the English novel into an Indian Purana, giving mystic share to political freedom. In the Dharmabams, Kuraks convert the American road narrative into a Jain pilgrimage, giving sacred dimension in everyday's life. In crafts, the Dharma aesthetic meditation is the practice of achieving spiritual insight and personal freedom through the direct sensory appreciation of nature, beauty, and the acceptance of reality as it is, rather than through the rigid formalist religious trauma. This approach contrasts traditional meditation by integrating mindful and aesthetic experience into everyday life, particularly in a natural settings. Thank you all for giving me the chance to present my paper.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Priyanka Kumari. It's a proud moment to present paper before your supervisor. So you're the first one who got the chance. We never got that. Thank you. Okay. And great, great. Thank you. Your supervisor is appreciating you a lot. Next we have.
Sir, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Shyamdev.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, you're traveling some.
Sir, actually, I was in a car, so I had to park sideways. Then I had
Will you be able to present your paper in this particular situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please go on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon to all the members. Today, I Shamdev is here to present my paper. The title of my paper would be Resonances of Rasa, Indian Aesthetics and Emotional Complexity in Anjum Hassan's Lunatic in My Head. I would like to begin by the abstract. Anjum Hassan's Lunatic in My Head intricately weaves the inner lives of its characters within the social and cultural landscape of Shillong, reflecting a nuanced engagement with Indian aesthetics traditions, particularly the concept of rasa. The paper explores how Hassan's narratives, while rooted in contemporary reality, embodies the emotional essence of rasa, as theorized in Bharat's Natya Shastra and reinterpreted Bharata's Natya Shastra and reinterpreted. Hello? Am I audible?
You are very much audible. Please go on. You're very much audible.
Thank you, sir. Through characters such as Firdaus, Ansari, Aman Moody, and Sofidas, Hassan evokes a spectrum of rasas from Karuna, pathos, and Shanta, tranquility, to Veer, heroism, and Chringar, that is basically love, revealing the subtle interplay between individual longing and collective consciousness. The paper examines how Hassan transforms rasa from a classical aesthetic experience into a psychological and social discourse that is fragmented modern identities by aligning the effective dimensions of rasa with the existential struggles and emotional dissonance of her characters. Hassan redefines the Indian aesthetics framework in a post-colonial milieu. This study argues that Lunatic in My Head, which is basically the novel of Anjum Hassan, not only resonates with traditional aesthetic sensibilities, but also reconfigures them to articulate the crisis of modern Indian self. Thus, the novel becomes a site where classical Indian poetics and contemporary sensibilities converge, offer a renewed understanding of rasa in the modern literary imagination. I would like to conclude my paper as Anjum Hassan's Lunatic in My Head emerges as a compelling intersection between classical Indian aesthetics and modern psychological realism, where the ancient concept of rasa is reinterpreted through the lens of contemporary experience. The study concludes that Hassan's engagement with rasa is neither ornamental nor imitative. Rather, it functions as a creative and philosophical framework that defines the reader's understanding of emotion, identity, cultural belonging in post-colonial India. Through her nuanced portrayal of characters such as Firdaus Ansari, Aman Moody, and Sophie Das, Hassan redefines the traditional rasas Karuna, Shanta, Veer, and Tringat by translating them into psychological states of introspection, conflict, and resilience. This transformation reveals how Indian aesthetic story, when adapted to the modern narrative form, becomes a powerful means of expressing emotional fragmentation and existential certainty. In conclusion, Lunatic in My Head stands as an innovative re-articulation of the Indian politics, transforming Rasa from an aesthetic of performance into an aesthetic of consciousness. The novel exemplifies how classical Indian thought can illuminate modern emotional life, proving that the resonance of Rasa can shape and enrich the literary, philosophical imagination of India's evolving narrative tradition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shyamdev. Despite facing a lot of odd situation, you were able to present your paper. Have you sent your full length paper?
Yes, sir, I already sent it on the mail, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Shyam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Right. Before I give a call to Vijay Daya and Ajay Musawat, we have a offline presenter amongst us, that is Khushbu Kuldeep. Khushbu Kuldeep, you are invited to present your paper.
Hello.
Right. Which one?
Hello. 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 Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, sir and ma'am. Today I'm gonna briefly explain you what my paper is about, and the topic of my paper is Rasa in Transition: The Indian Aesthetics and the Postmodern Imagination in Indian Novels and Plays. Rasa and postmodernism both are different to each other, but I feel Rasa will always be present in any kind of situation. But the aesthetics, bliss, Anand, is actually depends on Sahriday, that means readers, and how he or she looks at the situation. And if there is no rasa, means now it's in the stage of detachment. Postmodernism responds to postmodernism beliefly that reality and truth are not objective or universal, but subjective, relative, and socially constructed. Rasa rooted in harmony and universality of emotions. Emotional purification is present there, which creates aesthetic bliss through empathy. But if we look into postmodern use of rasa or postmodern aesthetics rooted in fragmentation, irony, and instability of meaning, its purpose to expose contradictions, disillusionment through questioning values, art creates irony and alienation. In this paper, I examined how works such as Vikram Chandra's Red Earth and Pouring Rain, Vijay Tendulkar's Gidade, which is vultures actually, and Mahashweta Devi's Hajar Chodasi Ma are viewed through the dual lenses of Indian aesthetics theory and postmodern literary analysis. Rasas transformed in Indian novels and how in plays. Vikram Chandra's novel Red Earth and Pouring Rain presents myth, history, and modernity in a vast narrative of reincarnation, memory, and storytelling. This novel, at first glance, evokes Adbhut Ras through its imagination. The monkey who begins typing his story is ironic because the act of storytelling itself becomes a joke. about storytelling. Humans, gods, colonial figures, and a modern narrator appears together. This mix treats myth seriously and mockingly at the same time. So it is a post-modern in nature. This whole novel leaves us in awe and wonder with its theme of reincarnation and self-awareness of its narrative energy. Post-modern form of Adbhut Ras that is present, and Karun Ras pathos, which also can be seen in its reflection of colonial trauma. The Adbhut Ras, continually interpreted by irony and the Karun of loss, is layered with its humor and self awareness. And in Natya Shastra, rasa flows seamlessly from cause and effect. If we look at the present work, it becomes recursive, tangled in self reflexivity. Next work of mine is which I took Vijay Tendulkar's Gidade, Vultures. Present a terrifying portrait of a family consumed by greed, lust, violence, and moral collapse. Human relationships degenerated into a predatory survival, echoing the title's metaphor of vultures feeding on decay. I quoted some lines from this work where father saying to his own children actually, if I die, it'll be a release. They're all waiting for it, but I'm your father after all. If I die, I'll become a ghost. I'll sit on your chest. I won't let enjoy a rupee of it. I earned it all. Now these walls and these bullies. So we can guess. Furthermore, in Gidare, this aesthetic distance is destroyed, and even viewers are drawn into complicity where emotions become confrontation. Rasa here mutates from aesthetic relish to ethical disturbance, and the absence of dharma, shows that the moral or the aesthetic harmony is fragmented rather than united or uplifting in this play. Next book is Mahashweta Devi's Hajar Chaurasima is a political fiction that turns the classical connection between rasa and dharma upside down. This work tells the story of a mother confronting the state's brutality after her Naxalite son's death, actually, in revolution, revealing the layered realities of militant realism, representing the lives of marginalized tribal communities. The dominant classical rasa is Rudra Rasa, reflecting the deep legacy of injustice. The novel gradually moves its readers towards Karunaras, and Sujata's grief transforms anger into compassion and moral awareness. This interplay between Rodra and Karunaras creates a complex emotional structure. Even as the narrative evokes rage, it simultaneously invites empathy and introspection. Through the novel's dynamic, it not only presents mother's rays, but also expose injustice, social hypocrisy, bureaucracy, or apathy, a corrupt political system, class exploration, moral decay, and which indicate towards Vibhatsarasa. However, let me conclude it. It's too long. It would be a fault to claim that rasa has vanished in postmodern age. Every act of a storytelling image and performance certainly evoke rasa. Rasa exists and never changes, but its aesthetic function and emotional texture transform the postmodern age. In classical Indian aesthetics, rasa harmonizes emotion and morality, offering the spectator contemplative joy. In postmodern Indian literature and dharma, rasa fractures into irony, rage, disgust, and empathy, reflecting the chaos of the contemporary world. The classical ideal of aesthetic bliss and the postmodern awareness of fragmentation coexist within the same cultural continuum. In the realms of certainty, rasa endures and never disappears. It adapts and questions, transforms, reminding us that even in fragmented world, art continues to make emotion meaningful. The journey from Bharta to Tendulkar, from Shantaras to Bibats, from harmony to rupture, is not a story of loss but evolution. Rasa remains the essence of artistic experience. It continues to connect the personal and the universal, ethical to emotional. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kushbu Kuldeep. It was well researched paper and you presented it so very beautifully. So next, a few presenters of this technical session. Do we have Vijay Daya on the board?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Vijay Daya. Again, Department of English takes pride in you since you have been the former student of Department of English Janar Vyas University and he has recently got selected as an assistant professor working in Tehsil, Badmer. We welcome you, Mr. Vijay Daya.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sir. Good morning, everyone. I am really privileged to see my chief and friend Hitendra Goyal to chair the session. And I'm also privileged to see with Dr. Detu Jafri ma'am there in the session. Actually, I have also been a student of Fine Arts Department during my graduation days in the university. Renu Suma ma'am was there at that time. And later I completed my master's in English, and now I'm assistant professor of English at Government College, Bangalore. Anyway, switching to my presentation. To be precise in my presentation, I would present the gist of my paper, Rasa Rereading, the Pulse of Indian Beauty in English Words. My paper explores how the ancient Indian aesthetic concept of rasa, as theorized by Bharata and Shastra, has been reinterpreted in Indian English literature. Rather than being a mere translation of Sanskrit poetry into English, rasa in this literature becomes a creative creation, a living aesthetic that uses cultures, languages, and philosophies. Through emotional hybridity, Indian writers in English like Sarojini Naidu, Raja Rao, A.K. Ramanujan, and Ananthi Roy transforms both the language with the chair into new expressive answers in certain words. Theoretical foundation. Rasa, meaning essence or step or converts individual emotions into some experience through bhava, no, future bhava. During Anubhav as revelation, without comes to shared aesthetic consciousness, shared data. The paper confronts this with Western aesthetic traditions. Aristotle's emphasis involves imagination. So how Rasa brings deep introspection and empathy to artistic experience. Like in English, Indian authors relying Rasa's philosophical framework might remain more than it is more idioms. Since long, myself and Naidu. Naidu's lyrical poetry reveals Sringal Rasa through musical rhythm and sacred sensibility. Love imagery blends divinity and romance, echoing Indian temple traditions while adopting English lyric form. Her use of Indian cadence and musicality aspects and aesthetic translation rather than imitations. Karuna, the Compass by Raja Rao. In his front and rope, Rajarao transforms compassion into philosophical introspection to the dramatic thought with modern narrative forms. The thought embodies through meditative empathy and concept of love. English Indianized its state of syntax becomes the vehicle for reflective compassion. Adbhuta Wonder by A.K. Ramanujan. Ramanujan's poetry is a rasa, the wonder of worldly life, states, linguistic hybridity, cross-cultural imagination that is human being in English during art and process. Single set by Dr. Syntax, he means a hybrid state with wonder and awareness. Contemporary emotional synthesis is going to Roy in his work in her works. In the God of the Small Things, Roy experiments with the Rasa in the modern time, the souls improvise Srinkana and Karuna, blending sensual and tragic emotions within a socio-political framework. And English pairings Malayalam and Filipino rhythms, creating Rasa's emotional depth in a post-colonial India. I am concluding my paper. The paper concludes that Rasa is an aesthetically but not gross. To Naidu's Singara, Rajarau's Karuna, Ramanujan's Adbhuta, and Roy's hybrid emotional textures, Indian English literature becomes an aesthetic uniting past and present, emotion and intellect, east and west. Rust persists as a universal culture. Its essence reborn in that rhythm of common English. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vijay. It was pleasant to see you and listening to you from far off places. Department of English will very soon organize one more conference, and we would like you to be here in person.
Yes, I reciprocate the same thing.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Vijay. All the students are even clapping for you because they know you. Next we have, or probably the last, Mr. Ajay Musawat. No? Okay. Ajay Musawat is not on the board. So we have next paper presenter online is Seema Soni.
Yes, sir. I am here, sir.
Okay. So you are audible, but you're not visible, and you may start your paper.
एक मिनट hello, sir. One second. Sir, क्यों भी कहीं साइड में
Okay. Done with the settings.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So were you present
Okay.
last day? Were you there yesterday in the auditorium?
Yes, sir. I was yesterday.
You would have told us. We would have made your presentation here only. Anyways, go on with your online presentation, Miss Seema.
Yes, sir. Sir, my paper title is Rewriting the Ecological Aesthetics of Climate Change Through the Myth of Goddess Mansa in Amitabh Ghosh, Gun Island. This research paper examines how Amitabh Ghosh's recent novel Gun Island engages with and contributes to the climate change debate in Anthropocene, while the climate crisis of our era demands strategies and cooperation on a planetary scale. The concepts of planetary and planetary require reimagining with the post-colonial context of uneven development and resource wars. Nonetheless, the measures addressing the climate catastrophe stress the need to rethink the notions of humanity and justice to include all forms of life and matter. The paper shows the Ghosh novel Gun Island embodies a sustainable narrative framework drawn upon traditional modes of storytelling and systems of age-old myths. For Ghosh, confronting the climate crisis requires a systematic understanding of and response to the crisis of culture. Therefore, Gun Island aims to bring the material and urbanized culture of the capitalist world into the closer contact with the indigenous cultural practices. So, cultural practices of the Sundarbans rooted in memory and myth. The myth of Buddhism upholds the principles of interdependence and interconnectedness among humans, animals, and the environment. As part of an oral tradition, this folktale conveys the message of a multi-species justice and ecological sustainability. The story analyzes how Ghosh employs this indigenous mythological framework to build an alternative ecological aesthetic and the challenge of Western ways of representing climate change. Through detailed textual analysis, the study demonstrates how the Mansa myth enables hosts to articulate forms of the environmental knowledge that transcend the limitations of scientific rationalism and apocalyptic narratives. The novel's interweaving of myth, migration, and multi-species entanglements offers new possibilities for understanding the depicting the Anthropocene, ultimately contributing to the emergent discourses on decolonizing environmental humanities and reimagining human non-human semblance in the era of ecological upheaval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Seema. So this particular technical session and the last technical session of this seminar, in which Mitakshara Charan, Sharda, Kushi Kuldeep, Santosh, Govind Saraswat, Joyita Kundu, Shyamdev, Priyanka Kumari, Vijay Daya, and Seema Soni. These many presenters presented their papers. Before I just conclude this session, I want to share a few ideas of mine regarding what has aesthetics taught me. See, in this modern context, when everyone is under the neon lights, the life which has so many masks, and we are rarely original to ourselves even before mirror. True involvement with any art, would it be literature, music, dance, theater, painting, or even meditation, these are the things that can only save humanity from devastation. Otherwise, the kind of technological interference which has been there throughout the world, and this particular technological intervention hasn't even left the universe or the world outside. If we want to really save ourselves, forget about others, we need to have one or other kind of art form in our life and to pay sincere devotion to that. Because personally, when I see Professor Ritu Johari ma'am, when I see Bhumika Dwivedi ma'am and Dr. Swati, when I see Padma Shri Nizam Sahab, or when I see somebody singing, dancing, or even doing acting, I have seen that they are transported. They are original there. They feel, you connect to them. You get a kind of proper vibrations, and you are never at all detached from what we call real touch. So, the probable outcome, which I have understood in my past 6-7 years, devoting my time to only one art, that is theater, the practical theater. I read and study less number of plays, but I try to go into the practical aspects of this art form, and I have rediscovered myself. And this rediscovery could take place because of the great artists like B.M. Vyasar and the great writers and the amazing companionship of Professor Ritu Johari ma'am. Because since getting associated with literature and doing your profession to go into the classes and teach the content and spend certain 45 minutes or 60 minutes among the students, go back to home, this is general a routine. But this particular realization or observation of mine from my side, this is not at all necessary for you all to adhere to what I say. But if we really have some specific passionate involvement towards any form of art, that essentially gives the meaning to who we are, and we sincerely find our own stay, our own connection. And we as has been told by Ma'am Virat Purush, I strongly believe, and you might agree to me, I strongly believe that Virat Purush in the form of Lord Krishna has been depicted through so many scriptures, and we have seen him through the words by reading Bhagavad Gita and other stories told by our grandparents and seniors. But what I feel, art and the indulgence with the art can get you associated with that Virat Purush, and you start feeling that Virat Purush is not other personality. You yourself is the personality of that Virat Purush. आप स्वयं उस महान विभूति के अंश महसूस करना शुरू कर देते हैं, सिंसियरली, ट्रूली, ओरिजिनली, जब आप किसी कला को समर्पित भाव से फॉलो करते हैं और आप अपने आप को एक सही व्यक्तित्व के रूप में मुखातिब होते हैं. ऐसे सेमिनार्स, सच काइंड्स ऑफ डेलिब्रेशन, सच काइंड्स ऑफ यूनियन हमें हमारे से मुलाकात करवाने का रास्ता प्रस्तुत करती है. हमारा ये आज का अंतिम टेक्निकल सेशन यहीं पर समाप्त होता है. मैं पूरे अदब और एहतराम से express heartfelt gratitude to the special guest invited in this fourth technical session, Professor Ritu Johari, Madam, co-chair of this particular technical session, Dr. Rakhi Vyas, Madam, and I express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Vibha Bhuth, co-secretary of National Seminar. Since we are starting this valedictory session right now, I would request all the participants and other students to get inside this auditorium. Thank you so much. हाँ नाम नाम तो यूं है क्योंकि अवेलेबल नहीं। Hello. So very good afternoon to each one of you. PM USA scheme and ICSSR sponsored national seminar entitled Revisiting Indian Aesthetics through Indian Literatures in English. On behalf of Department of English, Janan Vyas University, I welcome you in the valedictory session of this 2 days national seminar, and we are indeed very fortunate enough to have amongst us the guest of honor of today's program, all the way from the land of warriors, a land of farmers, a land of culture, a great academician, eminent speaker of English language, great preserver of heritage and student welfare attributes and virtue he manifests in his personality, none other than Professor Randeep Rana. I request Professor Randeep Rana, sir, please grace the dais with your presence as the guest of honor. We are indeed fortunate enough to have amongst us a personality in the field of writing, in the field of acting, in the field of direction, under whose guidance many great actors, aspirant human beings in the field of direction, camera language, film language, and fortunate to have him as one of the faculties in theatre cell, Janan Vyas University, Mr. B.M. Vyas as one of the guest of honors amongst us. Kindly grace the dais with your presence, sir. Sri B.M. Vyas. He has served more than 40 years of his life as writer in Bollywood, giving extensive number of episodes to make us visually so much aesthetically sound. Mr. B.M. Vyas. We have amongst us as the chief guest of today's valedictory program, an eminent scholar of English language and great erudite personality, presently Vice Chancellor of Maharishi Dayanand University, Ajmer, Professor S.K. Agarwal. He has joined us online and he'll be delivering his speech through virtual mode. We welcome you, sir, by wholeheartedly, Sri Suresh Kumar Agarwal, sir. Sir, you are not audible. Thank you so very much, sir. As the head of the department and the anchor, thank you, sir, and the anchor of this program, Professor S.K. Harith, I would now request my fellow friend and Department of History, Dr. Shekhawat, Bhagwan Singh Shekhawat, to garland our guest of honor. I call upon Dr. Dinesh Rathi, sir, to welcome our guest of honor, Randeep Rana Sahab, by offering turban. राजस्थान की आन बान शान का प्रतीक ये पतरंगी साफा आपके ऊपर हमारी यह राजस्थानी संस्कृति का रंग फब रहा है, सर. मेरा निवेदन रहेगा सुरेश जी चौधरी साहब से कि पधारें और सर को इस कार्यक्रम का स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें so that the memories stay for a longer time in his mind. I request Professor S.K. Harith, Head Department of English, to garland our guest of honor, Sri B.M. Vyas sir. मेरा रिक्वेस्ट रहेगा डॉक्टर विवेक कि आप पधारें और सर को साफा पहनाकर स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन कराएं. डॉक्टर विवेक, faculty member of the Department of English. And I request Dr. Richa Bohra, co-secretary of the National Seminar, to present memento to B.M. Vyas sir. आदरणीय प्रोफेसर सुरेश कुमार जी अग्रवाल साहब हमारे बीच वर्चुअली मौजूद है. सर, विभागाध्यक्ष और पूरे डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंग्लिश और विश्वविद्यालय परिवार की तरफ से आपको ये राजस्थानी आन बान शान का प्रतीक साफा, आपकी माला और आपका ये मेमेंटो हम पूरा प्रयास करेंगे कि 1 या 2 दिन के अंदर अजमेर विश्वविद्यालय के वीसी कार्यालय में जरूर पहुंच जाए. हम आपका स्वागत सर वर्चुअली कर रहे हैं.
अरे हितेंद्र जी, मैं आपके वहीं आऊंगा. हितेंद्र जी.
जी सर.
मैं आपके वहीं आऊंगा, इसलिए चिंता मत करिए. आई विल टेक द साफा फ्रॉम देयर ओनली.
Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you so much, Mary. Since many of you would not like me to stand for a longer time here, so I request, first of all, Dr. Professor S.K. Harith, sir, for his welcome speech.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Suresh Agrawal Sahab, MDS University Ajmer, eminent scholar, Professor Randeep Ji Rana, Dean, Faculty of Humanities, MDS University Rohtak, eminent creative writer and a legend in the field of theatre, Sri B.M. Vyas Ji, Suresh Ji Chaudhary, Bhagwan Singh Ji Shekhawat, Dinesh Ji Rathi, VP Goel Sahab, Madam, and all my colleagues from my department, Dr. Rakhi Vyas, Dr. Richa Bohra, Dr. Vivek, Dr. Vibha Bhoot, all participants and dear scholars. I welcome you all to this valedictory session of this 2 days national seminar on the theme Revisiting Indian Aesthetics through Indian Literatures in English. For 4 technical sessions, you have heard the eminent speakers, plenary speakers, keynote speakers, deliberating upon such an important theme. And as he rightly said, Mr. Srinivas, that such a theme that each component of it can be deliberated upon for days together. So once again, I welcome you all for this valedictory session. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. The anchor, the leadership is so cooperative, so well supportive that this dream of ours, the dream of the faculty members of the Department of English got actualized in this new beginning where a great new chancellor, vice chancellor is amongst us. And we were very fortunate to have Professor Suresh K. Agrawal Saab as one of the vice chancellors around Deepavali. In our university, we had only 2 or 3 days of bliss to have him amongst us. But anyway, since he is here as a chief guest and he belongs to the language, English language, linguistics, Indian aesthetics, Indian knowledge system. So he is the most befitting personality to deliver his chief guest address to the valedictory section. I wholeheartedly, with folded hand, request you, sir, for your deliberation on this occasion of 2 days national seminar. Professor Suresh Kumar Agrawal, Honorable Vice Chancellor, MDS University.
Namaskar to everyone. I hope I am audible to everyone. Yes. Yes, Hitendra, I am audible. I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Very much audible.
So, namaskar to everyone. Professor Harith, the head of the department. Hitendra, the convener of the seminar. The other guests, Professor B.M. Vyas, and others whose names I could not hear properly. Therefore, forgive me that I would not be in a position to tell you to repeat all the names and all of you. I tell you, it is a great honor to speak in such an august gathering. And gathering, usually when we talk about a gathering does not gather for a purpose, but usually they gather. But here is a gathering for a purpose, and therefore I feel myself fortunate enough, privileged and honored that I have been invited by my friend Professor Harith and the younger brother Hitendra Goel to this significant event. Once again, my gratitude for all this. Dear friends, I would like to initiate by enumerating an incident that happened with me when it was almost a decade ago that I visited Tokyo in Japan. And the event was that I was the chair and there was a person from Tokyo. He was the co-chair of the session. It was the international seminar. After the session were over, we started deliberating and I put certain questions to him. I said, how do you do? And he said, what do you mean by this? And then I clarified, what do you teach as a part of your curriculum? Number one. And number two, what is the attitude of the people, especially the teachers, towards the student and the curriculum? And therefore, now listen to me what he said. He said, as far as the curriculum is concerned, sir, we do not teach any English classics or the British classics. All the things that we teach in the English language classrooms or the English studies, they are all taken classics in English. They are all English classics in English that we teach, number one. Number two, he said, as far as English is concerned, we teach only communication. And therefore, we put emphasis only on three components of language, that is phonetics, grammar, and the vocabulary component. And this is how we run our department. Now, the second thing that he said, that we people are so regular and so punctual that if my class begins at 11 or 11 to 10, we make it a point to go to the classroom. I just before 5 minutes stand outside the classroom and wait for our turn. And immediately when it is the time, we enter the class and ensure that not even a single minute is wasted. Dear friends, this country could not learn these two things even after 20 to 80 years of independence. We did have AC of English and we continued, we thrived in continuing that legacy. We thrived on the received experience and the received knowledge that we did have from the British. And I underline these two words, received experience and received knowledge. And therefore, whatever they said to us became the fundamental for us. We continued to teach everything That was, this is what they said that this is to be taught. And wherever they could belittle us, they decided to belittle us. The other component that became very significant was that under the name of the market driven education, we decided to teach everything that we got from the British agencies, whether this was British Council or any other agency. I tell you, dear friends, we continued. Although the quantum has reduced now, but even today it continues. Even today it continues. We have not been able to own up English, even after, let me say, more than 70 years of independence. We need to own up English, and therefore I would congratulate the organizers to keep such an event where the question of owning up of English is directly concerned. We need to own up. We could not own up, and they did everything the way they could do to belittle our language. And our language means the English language. And when I say English language, because nowadays, being a man of language, I know that we do have our own variety also. Say they decided and they did everything to belittle the language that we used. And to keep everything that was Indian out of the fray, out of the curriculum, they decided to even disapprove the text like Kalidasa's Sakuntala. But as you know what we do, the allegation on the basis of which this text was removed, despite all this, we continued to teach to his coy mistress and Othello. Where do we stand? And therefore, everything, because our fundamentals were borrowed fundamentals, we could not develop the systems that we had to develop. And therefore, in order to cater to this need, this seminar has been organized, and I'm very grateful, as I said, to the organizers that they made me a part of this significant event. Dear friends, all the English people were not so. There was a friend of Indian, and the name of, you must have heard the name of Horace Wilson. He was a friend of India, and he used to bring out Asiatic Journal. He could identify the conspiracy that was being hatched by the British against Indians. And therefore, what he wrote in as early as 1836, and I quote what he wrote. In that journal, he wrote, by annihilating native literature, by sweeping away all sources of pride and pleasure in their own mental efforts, by rendering a whole people dependent upon a remote and unknown country for all their ideas and for the words in which to clothe them, we should degrade their character, depress their energies, and render them incapable of aspiring to any intellectual distinction, unquote. And dear friends, this is what they did. And therefore, the present education system in India is a standing monument. Now, this is the metaphor that usually I make use of for the system that we have in this country right now. Our education system, and especially education system, is a standing monument. And then there is another phrase also that beautifully captures it, standing monument of the mission accomplished. And what was the mission? Mission was decided by them, not by us. Mission was decided by them, not by us. So we continued. It continues as a standing monument of the mission accomplished. Dear friends, I tell you, the British took away our confidence altogether. And the metaphor again that I make use of for this purpose is, the British took away not only the Kohinoor diamond from India, but our confidence too. As a result, there is neither emotional involvement, not critical, nor creative thinking in our programs. We are still a class of persons only Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinion, in morals, and in intellect. Macaulay got what he wanted, and he must be very happy in his grave. This is my observation. I am reminded of Revered Gandhi, M.K. Gandhi, when he said in 1931, and again I would like to quote, in 1931, at that time, what he said, India today is much more illiterate than it was before 50 or 100 years ago. Because the British administrators, when they came to India, instead of taking hold of things as they were, began to root them out. They scratched the soil and began to look at the root, and the beautiful tree perished. And what was this beautiful tree? This was the Indian education system. That perished, they started scratching the soil. And wonderfully, ironically, and tragically, we made him a Mahatma so that we can follow the footprints of Lord Macaulay. We have done nothing to save that beautiful tree. And this is really a tragedy, dear friend. And therefore, we people need to take a lesson from this. Why he was made a Mahatma? Why he continued to be a Mahatma? We could not even conceptualize the conspiracy that was there in the word Mahatma that was being used by these people. It is a pity that even we did not take a lesson from the struggle of independence. At that time, the people, our freedom fighters, enlightened natives, they made use of English education and their command of English to subvert the power of the English Empire. But that is all gone. We could not realize the utility of English for the practical purposes. And as you know, it is English education that in a way endangered the position of the rulers. Now, this is one of the dramatic reversal. We could not take a lesson even from the people like Swami Vivekananda, who projected spiritualism in English. Such things happened outside the educational system. And the educational system has remained colonial in character. And colonial, we continue to borrow what they gave to us. As far as all the three things, they continue to be colonial. One, material; number two, man; and number two, method. Our curriculum continued to be colonial. Our methods continued to be colonial. We decided to leave our methods in favor of them. And our man, that the teacher and the taught, they would also like to be colonial in their character. All this is history, dear friends. But I tell you, somewhere we have to make an attempt to own up English in this country. And I see that this seminar must have been a great milestone in paving the way to decolonize, to make the English curriculum, to make the Indian literatures the part of our curriculum. It will be suicidal to say that English is not necessary for modern India. Some people say that English is not necessary for India. English has become an international necessity and it continues to be so even today. The practical point is that English and English education give more mobility and more opportunities both inside and outside the country. It is because of the surrender value, there is a craze for crashing it on, and we must accept it because people want English for living. English is no doubt an exploding language in a world of exploding information and brings in a lot of modern knowledge in any branch, whether it is agriculture or economics or political science or information technology or space technology or any other discipline. English has got an interactive role to play. That is why we have retained English as the language of instruction in our agricultural universities, though it is not the language of agriculture. And this is the point that I would like to emphasize here. It is the language of instruction in the agriculture universities, but still it is not the language of agriculture. It is the medium of engineering, though it is not the language of daily transactions in the workshops, and as the language of instruction in medical and management programs, though it is not the language of interaction in doctor patient communication or transactions in the marketplace. And therefore, dear friend, I hope that the seminar like this would initiate the lab to the land percolation process. And I would request the department to make some concrete effort in this direction. I have decided to take up such steps at my university level, but I think that the endeavors it to be initiated in the whole state, and not only in the whole state, but in the whole country. The lab to the land percolation process, so that we own up English, and that is the need of the. This can be done only where there is an interface of languages and literatures of subcontinent and English. This is what your seminar also talks about directly. It can be done only through a proper dialogue based on yoking of the cultural productions in the system concerned. If English alone is considered in isolation, there cannot be any meaningful interaction. There can be only power politics. And this is what is happening in this country. English has been considered in isolation all through. Now, local languages and literatures, they were not taken into consideration at all while designing the curriculum. Although now the awakening has just no doubt about it. And since last 10 to 20 years, let me say that there is a great change occurring, but still a lot of change is to take place. Dear friends, I think that there is no point in post-independence India in trying to retain the literary role of English as was done during the days of the Raj, that is the British Raj. English literature is no longer central to the cultural enterprise of this country. There is no motivation or context for projecting English or European culture and values in the form of Shakespeare, Milton, Shelley, or Keats. Those who live under the illusion that they are exposing the learners to the great masters of English literature, or making them experience great literature, should know that they are indulging in self-satisfaction and self-deception. And these are the two wonderful words that we must remember when we say that we want to teach. Basically, the British teach to the people. What is happening in the classroom is both with the man, means both with the tutor and the teacher, they are unnecessarily indulging in self-satisfaction, but at the same time self-deception also. Only these advocates fall upon the thorns of life and bleed profusely. The learners very successfully subvert the intentions of the gentleman. The learners are also in active collaboration with the manufacturers of substandard bazaar notes. This is what is happening. Right, Satish ji and Hitendra ji, they must be aware of it, the way the teaching is being done and the curriculum is being completed. And therefore, there are two words that has become the buzzword of the whole curriculum: reduction and reproduction. Reduction and reproduction. We go to the classroom, and what the student does, he reduces and reproduces everything that is being done, because it is only these two words that he will be getting. He will be achieving the aim for which he joined the class. That is a good marks. And therefore, the need of the hour again is that we need to evolve an alternative. Like in the field of medical sciences, there are alternatives. We do have homeopathy, we do have Ayurveda, we do have Unani, we do have other alternatives also. Similarly, we need to evolve alternatives. There are different alternatives for elements. Similarly, we need to have different alternatives of English also, so that we can own up English in this very country. Dear friends, our learners must be able to talk about our own literatures, as you rightly said. They must be able to talk about Panini. They must be able to talk about Bhartarihari. They must be able to talk about Nagarjun. They must be able to talk about Sankar and their language philosophy in effective English, so that the world may know that we have a rich tradition that can engage the best and the latest in modern Western thought. This can reinstate our pride and pleasure in our own mental efforts that was swept away, annihilated, degraded, and depressed by the then calculative moves of the rulers. Now, therefore, this is the need of the. We should regain our confidence and feel that we are capable of aspiring to great intellectual distinctions. And this can be done only by retaining our own literatures, by making our own literatures the part of the curriculum. We should demonstrate that the reader response theory in Western literary criticism can be enriched by our theory of rasas. although there is a change now, but then this is to be done very effectively. We should formulate our concept of tragedy based on our own literature, literary and philosophical traditions, instead of starting with Aristotle. We must be in a position to talk about Penali Ram, Valmiki, Tulsidas, Premchand, and many more in effective English. We must also be able to talk about the people like Shyam Benegal, Satyajit Ray, and others in the communicable English. We should be able to tell the world that in mathematics, medicine, plant life and its applications, music and dance, astronomy, architecture, chemistry, grammar, logic and rhetoric, philosophy, astrology, and many other areas, the contributions of our thinkers and scholars can match anything that has been done anywhere in the world. And this has to be done in English. We must use English, and this is the buzzword. This is the sentence that we need to actually implement and execute in the classroom. We must use English, but project India. That should be the aim of English education in general and English teaching in particular. Dear friend, I would say that it has not yet happened in this country. It must happen. We should be able to talk about our own cultural heritage very effectively. And this is possible only when we make our literatures the part of our curriculum. We should be able to explain why there are four towers, entrances in our temples, why the elephant god has four hands, why there are four Vedas, four faces for Brahma, the creator, and four stages of life. Dear friends, again, here I would like to tell you one of the things that happened with me. There was a friend of mine, perhaps it was in 2015. He came from Germany and he wanted to take a round of all the temples and the religious places in the airport. I took him around almost all the prominent temples of Udaipur. He was very much impressed, and I tell you, to be very confessional, he put me certain questions which I failed to answer. And these questions I am putting before you, these were the questions that were put up by him. What is the significance of four in our culture? This is what he said. What is the significance of four in our culture? Why is the sanctum sanctorum kept so dark in the Hindu temples and not brightly lit? What is the significance of nine hole? Navdwar ki kya significance hai? Navdwara, through which the devotees peep in. Why do the devotees go round the sanctum a specified number of times as part of the worship? Why are certain ragas sung during a particular time of the day and during certain seasons? There are rules for this. Why? Is there any relationship between the two? Is there any relationship between sound and reality, sound and sense? Or is it only arbitrary as the West says? Then he said, does meditation produce physical changes? Is language meant only for communication as the Western linguists say? Or is it meant for contemplation also as it is believed in the East? And here comes the basic difference between the two aesthetics. Those people say language is merely a means of communication. But here we believe that language is a means of communion also. Not only communication, but communion also. And the language becomes effective, communication becomes effective only when it changes to communion. Now, therefore, that aesthetics of language we need to teach in this country. Is our language teaching methodology only based on the memory, or is it more contemplative and revelatory? Is India a land of only Maharajas, godmen, snake charmers, and the Taj Mahal, as portrayed by the makers of the Disneyland? Even today, all of us remember who they are. I will not repeat their names. Why is it that gentlemen like Buddha, Shankar, and Vivekanand, and a host of others are considered only saints or religious leaders by the West? Are there no gentlemen in India? We do not even protest because we know very little about our own land, about our own literatures, about our own country, about our own culture, about our own civilization. We have not projected a proper image of the country because we know very little about our country, the wonder that is India, that is Bharat. Even our ambassadors and cultural representatives cannot explain the symbolism, power of our myth, meaning of our civilization, and culture to the outside world. A foreign visitor to India who is curious to know customs and traditions and the meaning of these in our pluralistic multiverse finds no explanation to such rich those who know these do not know English, and those who know English do not know this. And this is the basic problem. I repeat what I have said. Those who know these do not know English, and those who know English do not know these. And therefore, there lies a need for an active interface between English and other Indian languages. And therefore, to there is a task of bridging the communication gap, and it must start in the educational system. We could not even recognize the contribution that was made by our forefathers in the field of linguistics. For example, Panini, what he said, even Panini's Astadhyaya continues to be a fundamental book till today, but we failed to make a distinction even between grammar and Vyakaran also. Grammar and Vyakaran, we could not give place to Vyakaran in our curriculum and teach language accordance with our Vyakaran. These are, even the integrated teaching could not take place. We continue to teach languages in isolation. Sometimes we are teaching the listening component, other times the speaking component, although we are teaching all the things, but then we are not able to pick them out to the student when he's there in the classroom. That how the four language skills are correlated. This is the basic fundamental of Indian aesthetics as far as the languages are concerned. But that philosophy of integration was also lost sight of. Hitendraji, how much time? How much time?
Uh, Sir, kindly sum up whatever the remaining
Okay,
part is
okay.
there.
I got the hint. I got the hint. I'll take only 1 minute,
Thank
right?
you, sir.
And
Thank
then,
you, sir. Thank you.
okay. Thank you so much. I hope I have bored you a lot, right? And now I don't wanted to bore you anymore. Therefore, I ask you the time
Not
limit.
at all, sir. We are not at all bored. You have opened a lot of other avenues through which we have to understand the role of English language in this present context, sir.
Yeah. True, true, true. Very right. Yeah. Right. So therefore, the only point that I wanted to communicate is, therefore, it is in the minds of man and women. And when I talk about men and women, I talk about Indian men and women, that anti-colonialism. And therefore, when we talk about anti-colonialism, we talk about our own literatures must have its own foundation built. It is in the curriculum of English education that we should make people realize that it is dangerous to depend upon a remote and unknown country for all our ideas and the very words to clothe them. It is in the departments of English that are too entrenched, although now they are moving ahead, means getting free from these cycles, but still that need to be done completely. And therefore, there is a need for an interface between the East and the West also. And therefore, that interface must start. And that is possible only when we give place to our own literatures, translated literatures in English. Thank you so much for having given me the space here in the valedictory session. I'm grateful to the organizers that they could afford to give me a place even online. Thank you so much. My gratitude to all of you.
Thank you so very much, sir. It was indeed a very powerful, very elaborate and extensive light upon the present need of the hour when we see that the kind of responsibility we as the language warriors should take up now, because the call for the time is to understand how English language can play a pivotal role in revisiting and revitalizing the very essence of Indianness, Indian culture, Indian values, and Indian ethos throughout the world. Because I think, sir, after having heard your wonderful deliberation, I came to understand only one thing, that the Kalpana of Vishwa Guru can only be possible throughout the universe when English language can play a role to make the whole world understand the basic nectar and the cultural value that we have in India. It was so wonderful deliberation from your side that has sincerely opened some challenges and avenues through which we will have to understand how to get the Indianness engraved once again as language warriors, the kind of responsibility we should adhere. Thank you so very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, MDS University.
Thank you so
Thank you so
much.
much. Thank you so very much for sparing time and giving a wonderful lecture in this valedictory session, sir.
Thank you. My
Thank you, sir.
gratitude.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, moving ahead in our valedictory session, we have a very beautiful speaker of English language, handsome personality, a man who has only one thing in his pocket, that is love. And when you meet him, when you sit by him, when you talk to him, you always find him so very much of your family, of your group, that you are not able to detach yourself from such a personality. I have 2 3 opportunities when I met a personality like Professor Randeep Rana Sahab in Haryana, and he has always loved me, has always called me, appreciated me. पता नहीं कितनी कितनी बातों में मुझे अप्रिशिएट किया, मुझे हमेशा ही इनके मैसेज से, आवाज से कॉन्फिडेंस मिला है. पूरे अदब एहतराम के साथ में, with folded hand, we request Professor Randeep Rana, the guest of honor of today's valedictory session, to come behind the microphone and bless us with his words of wisdom. Professor Rana. Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Hitendra. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. P.K. Sharmaji, worthy Vice Chancellor of this prestigious university, Dr. Professor S.K. Harith, the head Department of English, Dr. Hitendra Goyal, the organizing secretary and a very charming young man of theatre, Shri B.M. Vyasji, my respected dear colleagues, and my dear students. You see, I am a student of literature. There are few words with which I would just like to initiate this discussion, this part of mine, that is, perception is one word. Perception, धारणा बोल देते हैं हम जिसे हिंदी में. Interpretation is second word. Observation is another word. Recollection is another word. Contemplation is another word. Creation is another word. Now, if we add a prefix RE in front of all these words, I think the meaning changes. Yes, sir. Reinterpretation. So, visit is one word, revisiting is another word, and revisiting where? Revisiting Indian aesthetics. Now, aesthetics itself encapsulates an ocean of feelings, emotions, and words, because it is not merely limited to literature, it is not merely limited to language as such. It is way of life, isn't it? It is our achar, it is our vyavhar. Now, what I feel is, this is, if it is our heritage, then obviously it happens to be our root, ROOT, roots. Now, what should be the root, ROUTE, towards our roots? I think the I congratulate the department for organizing a seminar. The theme appears to be simple, but it is not so. And my dear friends, appearances are often deceptive. We have been brought up in by such a learning. तो ये जो वर्ड है बच्चों, परसेप्शन, ऑब्जर्वेशन, वी ऑल डू दीज थिंग्स, ये हम सभी करते ही आए। और छोटे से छोटे थे, बच्चे थे, तब से हम यही काम करते आए। हम ऑब्जर्व करते हैं, छोटे थे हम रिकलेक्ट नहीं करते थे, कंटेम्पलेट नहीं करते थे, रिएक्शन होता था इमीडिएटली। और वेस्ट को हम कंडेम कर रहे हैं, अभी करते हैं ना हम कंडेम। अब एनईपी के बाद तो ये आ गया कि वेस्ट, इंग्लिश, इंग्लैंड, यूरोप, नो, ऑल इज नॉट बैड इन द वेस्ट। वेस्ट की दो तीन जो मोरल्स की हम बात करते हैं, एथिक्स की बात करते हैं, दो तीन बहुत पावरफुल उनकी बिहेवियरल एटीट्यूड्स हैं और उनकी कल्चर का पार्ट है। फर्स्ट, वेस्ट के अंदर आपको एक्स्ट्रा मैरिटल रिलेशंस इंडिया या ईस्ट की तरह नहीं दिखाई देंगे। इफ दे आर इन इट, दे ओन इट, दे एडमिट इट, एंड दे रिजाइन इफ they hold any position. We have examples of Robert Kahn, he was the chairman of IMF. We have Tiger Woods, we even have Bill Clinton. Second, you won't find another very, I would say, a deadly evil, what we call abortion. West में नहीं है बच्चों ये चीज, very rare, rarest of rare वहां पर। तो कुछ चीजें अच्छी भी हैं उनकी। हमारे, माफ कीजिए, एनडी तिवारी बहुत है यहाँ पर, वहां पर एक ही है। मैं क्षमा चाहूंगा सर आपसे, लेकिन हमारे बहुत हैं, कारपेट के नीचे बहुत है, वहां नहीं है, वेस्ट के अंदर नहीं है। तो वेस्ट में सब कुछ गलत नहीं है। प्रोफेसर श्रवण कुमार जी ने थियरी की बात की है स्टैटिक्स के अंदर, प्रोफेसर आशुतोष जी ने एक कोणा पंजाबी साहित्य, पंजाबी लिटरेचर, उसमें शिव कुमार बटालवी का उन्होंने जैसे वो जिक्र लेकर के आए, और वो बताना क्या चाह रहे थे, ये theory, application of that theory is important. You see, theory exists. We can take pride कि इंडिया सोने की चिड़िया थी, इंडियन लिटरेचर बहुत रिच था, पूरे वर्ल्ड में जो फर्स्ट जो बुक थियरी के ऊपर आई वो नाट्य शास्त्र थी। ये चीजें थी, गांधी था, टैगोर था, औरबिंदो था, बी आर अम्बेडकर साहब थे, वो राइटर्स थे। तो हम केवल जो थे उसको पढ़ते ही जाएं, उसको रिविजिट करते ही जाएं, या मैं क्या हूं वो भी बने। क्या मेरी आइडेंटिटी क्या गांधी से ही तक ही सीमित रहे, क्या अम्बेडकर तक ही सीमित रहे, क्या टैगोर तक ही सीमित रहे? मेरी आइडेंटिटी, मेरी इंडिविजुअलिटी क्या मुझ तक सीमित क्यों ना रहे? आई रेज ए क्वेश्चन। फेस्टिवल्स, हम हिंदू, उसके अंदर जो माता रानी है उसका ही हम गुणगान करते हैं, और शक्ता उसका जो भी स्वरूप है। बच्चों, आपने कभी कोई कैलेंडर, क्या आपने कभी कोई किताब, कोई पुस्तक के अंदर दुर्गा माँ है, सीता माँ है, या और कोई माँ है, वो कुरूप देखी है? सौंदर्य रस की, श्रृंगार रस की प्रकाष्ठा है, बहुत खूबसूरत ही दिखाई देंगी वो। कोई भी कैलेंडर देखिए, वो 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 क्या दिखाई देंगी? बहुत खूबसूरत। और परसेप्शन फिर इंडिविजुअल हो जाते हैं हम सभी के। एक फोटो 60 बच्चे बैठे हैं, 60 अलग अलग परसेप्शन है। अगर परसेप्शन 60 अलग अलग हैं तो इंटरप्रिटेशन री इंटरप्रिटेशन भी 60 अलग अलग होगी। जब हमने उसको माँ कह दिया तो माँ का तो मतलब ही खूबसूरती है। तो केवल गुडी गुडी चीज दिखा करके ही हम अपने साहित्य की जो अच्छाई है केवल उसी को दिखाएं? क्या हम अच्छी चीज दिखा करके, खूबसूरती को दिखा करके, सौंदर्य को दिखा करके हम उसको कुरूप क्यों बोलते हैं? अगर मेरी माँ का काला रंग है, जामनी भी रंग हो जाए, झुर्रियां भी पड़ जाएं, वो मेरे लिए माँ तो रहेगी ना, वो तो कोई नहीं छीन सकता। ये नहीं, माँ काली भी मैडम आप देखिए, वो भी बहुत खूबसूरती के साथ फोटो है उनकी भी। आप उनकी भौहें देखिए, आप उनकी आईज देखिए, उनकी आंखों में वो गुस्सा दिखाई दे देगा ऐसे करके। तो वो चेहरा, आदमी, औरत, स्त्री एक, परसेप्शन अलग अलग। और ये हमें हु टोल्ड अस, एटलीस्ट आई, मैं बच्चों बहुत सेमिनार्स कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के अंदर एज ए स्टूडेंट, मैं बोला आपको एज ए स्टूडेंट ऑफ लिटरेचर, और 90 में मैं लेक्चरर लग गया था, बिल्कुल 21 साल की उम्र में। और बहुत सेमिनार्स में सर मैं जाता था तो वहाँ बहुत भारी भरकम शब्द, और पर्टिकुलरली क्या होता था, संस्कृत के श्लोक से, माफी चाहूंगा मैं, कोई अंग्रेजी के प्रोफेसर या विद्वान आकर के अपनी बात करते और संस्कृत के भारी भरकम 2-3 श्लोक बोलते, और पूरे ऑडिटोरियम में क्या होता कि इससे बड़ा विद्वान है ही नहीं कोई। क्यों? ही इज लर्नेड, और संस्कृत हमें आती नहीं। अब जो हमारा साहित्य है वो प्राकृत संस्कृत उन लैंग्वेजेस में लिखा गया, और आपको समझ नहीं आया, मुझे समझ नहीं आया, आपके गुरुओं को समझ में नहीं आया, तो कसूर किसका है बच्चों? अंग्रेजों का कसूर है ये। आप याद कीजिए, अंग्रेजों का कसूर है ये। सती प्रथा को किसने खत्म किया? राजा राम मोहन रॉय जी थे। राजा राम मोहन रॉय जी ने जब अंग्रेजी को इंट्रोड्यूस किया जा रहा था इंडिया में, ईस्ट में, तब उन्होंने कहा था कि यस, इट इज गोइंग टू रिप्लेस द ओरिएंटल लिटरेचर, द लाइब्रेरीज विच आर स्टॉक्ड विद संस्कृत लैंग्वेज विच इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू डिसिफर एंड टू अंडरस्टैंड। लैंग्वेज जो है ना बच्चों, जो लैंग्वेज है, लैंग्वेज सीखी नहीं जा सकती, लैंग्वेज को उतारा जाता है अपने अंदर, लैंग्वेज को अपने अंदर अपनाया जा सकता है। उसकी परसेप्शन भी अलग है, उसकी इंटरप्रिटेशन भी अलग है, बिल्कुल लैंग्वेज की। और जब हम साहित्य की बात करें, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट लिटरेचर, तो व्हाट यूजुअली वी डू इज, लैंग्वेज इज डिफरेंट, लिटरेचर इज डिफरेंट। लिटरेचर रिटन इन वॉट एवर लैंग्वेज, इन वॉट एवर लैंग्वेज, लिटरेचर इज लिटरेचर। तीजन बाई जी जो थी, वो तो कहीं स्कॉलर नहीं थी, वो, उन्होंने इंडिया की कोई किसी लाइब्रेरी में नहीं गई कभी वो, लेकिन तीजन बाई जब बोलती है, वो जो बोलती थी, उनको 1987 में सुना था मैंने, महाभारत का वो किस्सा सुनाती हैं, उनको माइक की जरूरत ही नहीं होती थी, पांडवानी। आप कल्चर देखिए, ऐसा नहीं है कि रीविजिटिंग अभी हम कर रहे हैं, 2025, 7 और 8 अक्टूबर ना, 7 और 8 नवंबर को किया हमने ये रीविजिटिंग। क्रेडिट आप सभी को, विभाग को इन पर्टिकुलर, कि आपने याद दिलवा दिया। रीविजिटिंग का जो रूट है वो थियरी हमको बता दिया, रूट टू दैट रूट इज रीड इंडियन थियरी। नाट्य शास्त्र, सारे रस उसमें है। कल प्रोफेसर श्रवण ने भी कहा, और डॉक्टर अपने इन्होंने प्रदीप जी ने भी कल उसका जिक्र किया। और शुरुआत में प्रोफेसर हरित ने कहा, उन्होंने ये बताया कि ये 6 तरह की थियरी है जिसको कि हम अलग अलग तरीके से एप्लीकेशन उनकी कर सकते हैं। दैट इज द रूट, ROUTE, टू गो बैक टू आवर रूट्स। लेकिन ये नई चीज तो नहीं है। श्री अरबिंदो ने सावित्री की स्टडी कर दी थी। देखिए सर, कितने पहले की उन्होंने, श्री अरबिंदो ने। श्री अरबिंदो के बाद फिर आगे जो राइटर्स आते चले गए, मुंशी प्रेमचंद जी ने भी बहुत उसको चेंज किया। उनका कंसेप्ट अलग था प्रेमचंद जी का। प्रेमचंद जी का बहुत गहरा कनेक्शन किसके साथ था, जो मैंने पढ़ा और जो मुझे समझ में आया, कबीर के साथ। कबीर के साथ उनका बहुत गहरा ये कनेक्शन है। और ये एस्थेटिक्स केवल लिटरेचर नहीं, पेंटिंग के अंदर भी है ये एस्थेटिक्स। ये पेंटिंग के अलावा फिल्म में तो है ही, बल्कि फिल्म और लिटरेचर ये तो समझ लीजिए एक ही सिक्का है। सिक्का एक है, उसका आगे या पीछे से आप कन्वर्ट उसको चेंज करके पलट के देख सकते हैं। रूट्स हैं। अब पढ़ना क्या है? वेस्ट के सारे लिटरेचर को वी कैन नॉट से नो। आई मीन, इफ यू रीड चार्ल्स डिकेंस नॉवेल्स और इफ यू रीड विलियम ब्लेक्स पोएम चिमनी स्वीपर, माई और ब्लेक की पोएम पढ़ो, ब्लैक और व्हाइट का जो डिफरेंस है। चार्ल्स डिकेंस के का ओलिवर ट्विस्ट आप पढ़ो, हार्ड टाइम्स आप पढ़िए। मैं तो बच्चों जब क्लास में ये भी हमारे सिलेबस में है, और एमडीयू में फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर यूजी क्लास का जो पहली किताब जो बच्चा जो पढ़ेगा, वो कबीर के दोहे हैं, गुरु रविंद्रनाथ ठाकुर द्वारा ट्रांसलेट की हुए सर। दैट इज द फर्स्ट अंग्रेजी इंडियन को वो ऐसे पढ़ रहे हैं। लेकिन डिकेंस का जो डिस्क्रिप्शन है, बेशक बच्चे वो वहां के हों, जो चिमनी स्वीपर्स के का जो डिस्क्रिप्शन है, उन बच्चों के पैर बांध के और उस हाथ से को साफ करने के लिए पैर बांध देते थे बच्चों के, और उनको ऐसे लटका देते थे उनके ब्रश लगा करके। तो वो जो भी डस्ट थी उसकी, ऐश था, वो ब्रश के साथ नीचे आ जाता था, और वो बच्चा बाहर निकलता, बाहर गोरा बच्चा, और वो बोला कि मेरे बाल काले हो गए। तो वो उसको उसका मित्र क्या बोलता है कि तू ना गंजा हो जा, फिर तेरे बाल काले नहीं होंगे। तो रस तो वहां भी है, रस यहां पर भी है। अप्रोच इज डिफरेंट। अगर अंग्रेजों ने हमारे साथ अन्याय किया, अगर उन्होंने गलत किया हमारे साथ, एक वर्ड दिया था, यूआर अनंत मूर्ति जी ने वर्ड देते हैं, हीथन्स, बेनाइटेड हीथन्स, एक वर्ड एक बार बोल गया था उन्होंने लोक में उधर। तो आई रेड इट अपने पीएचडी के दौरान, मैंने वहां देखा ये, मगर जी ये तो बात तो है। कन्वर्ट बहुत जल्दी, हम इंडियंस एडेप्ट बहुत जल्दी हो जाते हैं, एडजस्ट बहुत जल्दी। उन्होंने तो जो किया किया, हम लोगों ने क्या किया? इंडियन साहित्य, इंडियन लिटरेचर के साथ व्हाट वी हैव बीन डूइंग, व्हाट वी डोंट गेट इज दोज बिग पब्लिशिंग हाउसेस। मेरी आंख खुल गई थी 1994 when I started pursuing my doctorate on सलमान रश्दी, और वो भी मेरे गुरुजी ने मुझे, उन्होंने पीएचडी करवानी नहीं थी मुझे। ही सेड के ठीक है यार, तुम यूं करो, पोस्ट मॉडर्निज्म अभी आया 92 में ही, इस ये रश्दी को पढ़ो। तो मिडनाइट चिल्ड्रन उसको उठाया, मैं यहां से पढ़ूं, पीछे से समझ ही ना आए। बिल्कुल ग्रामस पढ़ा, केवल इसलिए कि इसमें जो मेरा टॉपिक है उससे लेना देना कुछ नहीं, सर्वे ऑफ लिटरेचर के तहत। मगर जी ये तो नहीं, आई थ्रू दैट, बट आई एक्सेप्टेड दैट चैलेंज। नो डाउट इट इज वी इंडियंस हु अंडरमाइंड इंडिया, दिस इज व्हाट आई बिलीव। बाहर वालों से वो तो आएंगे ही आएंगे। और जो छोटा छोटा साहित्य है ना, जो किसान है जैसे, या जिसको हम स्वच्छता कर्मचारी बोलते हैं, जो नाले नाली साफ करते हैं, उनका भी साहित्य है क्या कोई? दे आर आवर रूट्स। अगर आज कोई मुझे 50 लाख रुपए की भी सैलरी दे, और मुझे नहीं लगता आप में से कोई एग्री करेगा, तो जो मैला ढोने वाली जो जो बहने माता हैं, सेठ का मंडी में जा करके सिर के ऊपर उसकी पोटी तांसड़े में निकाल के यूं रख करके, मैंने तो देखा है वो, और वो लेकर के बाहर फेंक करके आती है, और हम क्या बोलते हैं? छी। हमने एनिमल्स को भी कास्ट के अंदर डाल दिया। हमने गाय को तो एक ऊपर का दर्जा दे दिया, भैंस को नहीं दिया। मैं वो राइटर का नाम भूल रहा हूँ, प्रोफेसर आशुतोष शायद, या आप मुझे याद दिलाएं सर। एक स्टोरी थी एक उस राइटर की, उसमें क्या एक दलित बस्ती में कुत्ता पाल रखा था, एक ने कुत्ता था, वो उस दलित फैमिली का ही कुत्ता था, क्योंकि वो वहां रहता था। और एक इसी तरह से एक बिच थी, कुतिया थी, वो एक ठाकुर साहब की या शर्मा जी की कोई बहुत उच्च घराने की वो कुतिया। तो वो ना उधर घूमती घूमती आगे जानवर है आ जाते हैं। तो वो जो दलित बस्ती के और कुत्ते थे, हरियाणवी में बोलते हैं पाड़ने लग गए उसको, उसके पीछे लग गए वो, अटैक। तो उस कुत्ते ने उसको बचा लिया। बचाने के बाद एक इंटीमेसी, चाहे एनिमल हो कुछ भी हो, उसमें डेवलप हो गई। हम देखते हैं ना कि एनिमल्स जो है, यू इफ वन डॉग बाइट्स ए मैन, वी किल ऑल द डॉग्स कंसिडरिंग देम, ये पागल है। बट इफ वन मैन फीड्स ए डॉग, ऑल द डॉग स्टार्ट बिलीविंग कि ऑल मैन आर गुड। दिस इज आवर परसेप्शन। वो कुत्तों की परसेप्शन है और हम उनको बोलते हैं कुत्ता। तो खैर चलिए, वो मिलने लगे। तो ठाकुर साहब जिसका भी वो कुत्ता था, उन्होंने देखा कि अच्छा ये तो वहां जाता है, उसका ये देखो ये किसका कुत्ता है। वो पता लगा कि ये उसका कुत्ता है। पहले तो उसको पीटा, फिर उसका घर जला दिया, फिर वो बस्ती जला दी, और फिर उस कुत्ते को भी मार दिया। ये तो अंग्रेजों ने तो नहीं बताया ना हमें आकर के। ये ऑल दिस इज प्रेजेंट हियर। स्वर्ग भी, नर्क भी, हेवन हेल, वो नाम हम कुछ भी दे दे उसके अंदर। तो वो शायर ने कहा ना, ठीक कहा वो, तब भी मैंने कहीं पढ़ा था वो शेर, कि सब कुछ तो हो रहा है इस तरक्की के जमाने में, क्या गजब है कि आदमी इंसान नहीं होता। तो वो जो इंसान है, इंसान साहित्य ही बनाता है हमें, इंसान लिटरेचर ही बनाता है हमें। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि ये रिविजिटिंग अभी शुरू हुई है, पहले नहीं थी। ये रिविजिटिंग थी अंधा युग सर। उसके बाद इवन आप ये देख लीजिए, इसमें जो लेटेस्ट स्टेज के ऊपर जब ये राइटिंग्स आई 20th सेंचुरी के एंड में या 21st सेंचुरी की जब भी हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें आप देखेंगे कि बहुत से राइटर्स ने रिविजिट स्टार्ट करके और लिखना शुरू कर दिया बीच में। बल्कि वो अमर चित्र कथाएं जो पाई ने जो निकाली, हम उसके थ्रू भी, लेकिन हम उनके थ्रू पढ़ते क्या थे, दो, कोई उसको एपिक बोलता है, सम को कॉल देम एपिक्स, रामायण और महाभारत। नीलकंठन ने कोशिश की, उनके 2-3 नॉवेल्स हैं, अजय एक नॉवल है सर जैसे उनका। फिर कवि ने कुछ कोशिश की ट्रांसलेशंस की, जो कि महाभारत को भी या रामायण के कुछ पर्सपेक्टिव्स हैं कर्ण की लाइफ के ऊपर, असुर की लाइफ के ऊपर, रावण के ऊपर। अब आप टीवी और सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर भी हम देखते हैं बहुत से। यस, मृत्युंजय, अमीश त्रिपाठी ने कोशिश की, चेतन भगत ये लेकर के आए। तो ये एक प्रोसेस चलती आ रही है। और ये भी रिसेंट वो सावित्री, वो 5 सीरीज हैं, कोरल दास गुप्ता, शी इज राइटिंग अबाउट ऑल दिस। तो कहने का मतलब क्या है कि परसेप्शन differs, perception changes, and it is the individual perception basically what matters. All the rus, they are present in every creation. एक माँ के अंदर, जब हम मदर की बात करें, मदर के अंदर सारे 9 रस मिलते हैं, क्योंकि वो रस है ही, हर व्यक्ति के अंदर रस है। अगर खूबसूरती मैंने इस माइक में देखनी है, इन एनिमेट ऑब्जेक्ट में, तो वो भी मेरे परसेप्शन से ही खूबसूरत हो जाएगा। सलारजंग म्यूजियम है फ्रेंड्स हैदराबाद में, वहां पर पेंटिंग्स हैं बहुत अच्छी अच्छी, और बहुत आर्टिफैक्ट्स हैं सर वहाँ। एक स्कल्प्टर है वहां, आप देखेंगे। यस, वो एक रूम के अंदर सर वो बना रखा है वाइट मार्बल से। और जब वो पूरा स्कल्प्टर बन गया तो उसको लगा अब भी कमी है, तो उसने उसके ऊपर मार्बल की चुनरी उड़ा रखी है। इतना महीन खूबसूरत काम है वो, इतना खूबसूरत है वो, जैसे ऐसे लगता है कि उसने फेंक दी दुपट्टा उसके ऊपर फेंक। इंडियन, we need to be Indian by not condemning the West, by criticizing the West. We need to elevate ourselves to such a level कि हम दूसरे को डिसरिस्पेक्ट ना दें, ना ओन करें, ना एक्सेप्ट करें। हम अपना ही लेवल क्यों नहीं बढ़ा दें? जैसे सर ने कल शिव कुमार बटालवी का वो गाया, मैं छोटा था उनकी सर, एक वो पोएम जो जगजीत सिंह ने जो गाई थी, ढाई दिन ना जुआनी नाल चल दी कुर्ती मलमल दी, ये बटालवी साहब का गाया था उन्होंने। तो वो एक लव, तो सारे फीलिंग्स, सारे एक्सप्रेशंस, what is required for the students now is you need to find the text. outrightly reject मत कीजिए कि ये रॉटले का, ये ओरिएंट ब्लैक स्वैन का, या ये और बड़े पब्लिशिंग हाउसेस उनका लिखा हुआ पेंगुइन से नॉवल आया है तो आई विल वर्क ऑन दिस, ऐसे नहीं है। regional literature, what is required is, the solution is, one route can be establishment of, ये बड़ी बड़ी बातें हैं, वाइस चांसलर लेवल की है वैसे, हिंट मैं दे दूं, वो है ट्रांसलेशन सेंटर्स खोलने की। ट्रांसलेशन, अब आप राजस्थानी जो लैंग्वेज का जैसे जिक्र करते हैं या डोगरी का जिक्र करते हैं, पंजाबी का, हालांकि आदान प्रदान सीरीज नेशनल बुक ट्रस्ट में भी चली है, साहित्य अकादमी भी कुछ प्रयास करते हैं, आप सीधा उससे अंग्रेजी के अंदर लिखिए, अंग्रेजी को छोड़ नहीं सकते आप। कोई यूं कहे कि मैंने हिंदी में लिखा और मैं इंग्लैंड जा करके हिंदी में ही पढ़ूंगा और हिंदी में ही अपनी कल्चर का व्याख्यान करूंगा, ऐसे नहीं, ऐसे नहीं हो सकता। राग दरबारी को हिंदी जो फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ ही है उसका, जिस तरीके से ट्रक को उन्होंने परिभाषित करा है उसमें कि ट्रक क्या, और सड़क के ऊपर ट्रक वो उसमें लिखते हैं, जब आपने पढ़ा होगा टीचर्स ने, तो कि ट्रक जो है वो बना ही सड़क का बलात्कार करने के लिए है। अब उसको अंग्रेजी में हम ट्रांसलेट करें तो डेफिनेटली द मीनिंग इज लॉस्ट। मीनिंग नहीं तो उसकी उसकी जिस्ट जरूर हम मिस कर देते हैं। हम क्या करते हैं, अपने ही गुरुओं को, अपने ही टीचर्स को भी हम सोचते हैं कि अच्छा ये नॉवल तो इसने लिखा, ये मेरा कोलीग है, अब ये एक्टिंग इसने एक ओटीटी बनाई, इसकी क्या देखूंगा ओटीटी, मैं तो ओटीटी या नेटफ्लिक्स की देखूंगा। The whole gist of this theme was this: we have to respect ourselves। और मैं एक छोटी सी इस बात के साथ मैं समाप्त करूंगा सर, और ये देखिए ये सच्चाई है, घर जाकर के बेटा पूछना मम्मी पापा से, और आप देखते भी हो, अब तो सब बड़े हैं, होता क्या है कि जो हमें नमस्ते करता है, मैं तो बहुत पहले सीख गया था ये, जो मुझे नमस्ते करता है, जो हमें नमस्ते करता है, जो हमारी इज्जत करता है, जो हमारे पैरों के हाथ लगाता है, उसको जनरली हम क्या करते हैं, बरामदे में कुर्सी चारपाई वहां बिठाएंगे, और चाय, चाय के लिए भी यूं कहेंगे चाय पिएगा, चाय पीनी है, ठीक है मैडम 2 चाय बना लाओ, कुछ बिस्किट वगैरह भी ले आना। और जिसके हम नतमस्तक होते हैं, जिसके पैर ही पकड़ के बैठे रहते हैं, आते ही लेट जाते हैं, उसको हम अपने ड्राइंग रूम में ले जाएंगे, उसको काजू बादाम केसर वाला दूध और नुका जी आप पीजो कुछ। तो फ्रेंड्स अपनी इज्जत खुद कर लो, कोई बाहर से नहीं आएगा हमारी इज्जत करने के लिए। सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट, when perception is individual, self esteem, self respect is also individual। compassion is the only rush which I do believe differentiates between an animate and an inanimate object। कंपैशन नहीं है, आप हिटलर और अब्राहम लिंकन को केवल एक ही चीज में, अब्राहम लिंकन हिटलर से बहुत मजबूत था, वो कंपैशन ही था। कंपैशन, जिस आदमी में कंपैशन नहीं, करुणा नहीं, जिसके आंसू नहीं, वो इंसान तो है ही नहीं, वो पत्थर भी नहीं। थैंक यू वंस अगेन सर, थैंक यू।
Thank you so very much, sir, for your deliberation, day-to-day life experiences, and throwing light upon this theme through the observation of your personal life over the years of your experience of teaching and staying in the society, meeting so many people. So the content through which you communicated your ideas could relate all of us. Why? Because that was all colloquial and that was all conversational. Thank you so very much for your being so simple and lucid and connecting in this particular deliberation. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So moving ahead, we have uh, the great speaker and critic, writer. I have heard a lot. Some of the students, 5 or 6 students, have heard him a lot. Uh, but this is the opportunity for the Department of English and the scholars and the presenters and the online whosoever is present to listen to a personality who has different ideas to convey to you and different kind of stay in this particular conference. So here we have BM Vyas as guest of honor of this valedictory program, but we invite him with a lot of honor, esteem on this podium for his deliberation, as he belongs to the practical aspects of Abhinay, and he teaches Natya Shastra, he lives Natya Shastra. So let us hear for BM Vyas as one of the speakers. Sir, please.
थैंक यू जितेंद्र जी। सबसे पहले तो आप सबसे मुआफ़ी चाहते हुए मैं इजाज़त लेना चाहूँगा, मैं अपनी बात हिंदी में ही कहूँ। शायर ने कहा है कि मैं जिसे ओढ़ता बिछाता हूँ, वो ग़ज़ल आपको सुनाता हूँ। एंड टू मी एस्थेटिक्स इज़ अ फीलिंग, अ इमोशन। कहते हैं ना, सिर्फ़ एहसास है ये, इसे रूह से महसूस करो। एस्थेटिक्स कहते हैं ना, ब्यूटीफुल, एस्थेटिकली ब्यूटीफुल। ये लफ्ज मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा, रिविजिट करना हमारी हिंदुस्तानी एस्थेटिक्स को। जरूरत आ गई है रिविजिट करने की। विजिट तो कई लोगों ने किया होगा, ना भी किया हो तो ये सुन के अच्छा लगता है कि विजिट किया होगा, इससे पॉजिटिविटी बनी रहती है। लेकिन अगर किया भी है तो ये दुनिया हमारे चारों तरफ जैसी है ऐसी क्यों है? और अगर ये सवाल मन में आएगा तो रिविजिट करने का ख्याल भी मन में आ जाएगा। एस्थेटिक्स अगर हमारी रूह में होता, हमारी नजर में होता, हमारे एहसास में होता, तो हमें कोई बुरा कैसे लग सकता था? बुरा तो कोई है ही नहीं। अच्छा या बुरा, ये वैल्यू लोडेड जजमेंट है, फैक्ट से इसका कोई लेना देना नहीं। फिर चाहे वो पेड़ है, चाहे पहाड़ है, चाहे दरख्त है, चाहे फूल है, चाहे लड़का है, चाहे लड़की है, चाहे माँ है, चाहे बाप है, चाहे कायनात है, वो है। न बदसूरत है, न खूबसूरत है। आपने इन दोनों लफ्जों पे कभी गौर किया है? दोनों में सूरत आ रही है, खूबसूरत, बदसूरत। एस्थेटिक्स सूरत से बहुत आगे की चीज। एस्थेटिक्स एक्सटीरियरिटी से बहुत आगे की चीज है। मैं इससे पहले कि अपनी इस बात पर, एस्थेटिक्स पे बात करूं, और जाहिर है कोई छुपी ढकी बात भी नहीं, जो जिस पेशे में होता है उसी जुबान में बात करता है, तो मैं जिस पेशे में हूं उसी की बात करूंगा। इससे पहले मैं 2-3 छोटी बातें करना चाहूंगा। एक तो मुझे गलती से प्रोफेसर कह दिया गया, मैं क्लेरिफाई कर दूं, मैं प्रोफेसर नहीं हूं। जीवन में सिर्फ कुछ महीनों के लिए राजस्थान यूनिवर्सिटी में ये गुनाह मुझसे हो गया था थोड़े दिनों के लिए कि मैं समाजशास्त्र पढ़ाने लग गया था, पर मेरे विद्यार्थियों ने 2-3 महीने में मुझे समझा दिया, बॉस तुम गलत जगह आ गए हो, ये तुम्हारे बस का है नहीं। और मैंने भी जल्दी समझ लिया कि हाँ, ये पढ़ाना मेरे बस की बात नहीं है। तो ये और बात है कि वहाँ पता नहीं आप जयपुर से कितने वाकिफ हैं, वहाँ एक राजस्थान कॉलेज हुआ करता था, अभी भी है शायद, और वो यूनिवर्सिटी के कैंपस से करीब 3-4 किलोमीटर आगे होता था। तो उन दिनों की बात है, 70s की बात है, तब क्या होता था कि ये मार्केट में बड़ी होड़ लगी हुई थी साइंस की और फिर कॉमर्स की। लोग या तो बायोलॉजी लेके डॉक्टर बनते थे या मैथमेटिक्स लेके इंजीनियर बनते थे या सीए के लिए लगे जाते थे। और जो ये तीनों द्विज नहीं होते थे, क्षत्रिय, ब्राह्मण और वैश्य, वो बाकी के सारे लोग 2 जगहों पे इकट्ठा हो जाते थे। एक था लॉ डिपार्टमेंट, वहां सप्लीमेंट्री वाले को भी एडमिशन मिलता था उन दिनों। दूसरा उधर राजस्थान कॉलेज जाते थे। वहां कोई विषयों का चुनाव ऐसे नहीं करते थे कि मुझे दार्शनिक बनना है तो लेट मी हैव फिलोसफी, ऐसे नहीं होता था। ग्रुप में आते थे लोग, और जो मित्र लोग कहते थे तो लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से वही विषय ले लिए जाते थे। कुछ लोग इतने उदार हृदय होते थे कि उस क्लर्क से ही पूछ लेते थे कि क्या क्या भरना है, आप बता दो, वो भर देते हैं। एक तो ये खुलापन था विद्यार्थियों में उस समय। दूसरा क्या था कि वहां पे इन्हें आप जातियों को वैसे मत लीजिएगा, मैं बड़ा धर्मनिरपेक्ष आदमी हूँ और सभी जातियों के लिए मेरे मन में सम्मान है, पर राजस्थान कॉलेज में 2 प्रमुख गुट होते थे। यहाँ कोई राजनीति भी होती थी तो वो उन्हीं गुटों से जुड़ के ही होती थी। एक गुट था जाट गुट, एक था राजपूत गुट। दोनों गुटों के जो जो लीडर्स होते थे उनके पास जीप होती थी, उनके जो सभासद होते थे उन सब के पास बुलेट मोटरसाइकिलें होती थी, और सबके पास कुछ न कुछ औजार होते थे, जो आप समझ ही सकते हैं, आप भी विद्यार्थी हैं, कौन सा औजार आपसे छुपा होगा। तो जो नया नवेला लेक्चरर आता था, उन दिनों प्रोफेसर नहीं होते थे, माफ कीजिएगा जितेंद्र जी, कई लोग तो रिटायर बेचारे लेक्चरर ही ज्वाइन करते थे और लेक्चरर ही रिटायर हो जाते थे। वो परमानेंट हो जाए यही उनके लिए बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि थी। फिर लेक्चरर के बाद कुछ एक बहुत जो वैसे होते थे जो हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट से भी बड़ी बना के रखते थे, वीसी साहब के भी सारे गुण उनको हमेशा दिखते रहते थे, वो रीडर बन जाते थे। रीडर बनने के बाद प्रोफेसर बनना, ये एक ऐसी मतलब दुरूह चढ़ाई थी जो इक्का दुक्का ही पास कर पाता था। तो हर डिपार्टमेंट में एक ही प्रोफेसर होता था। जैसे जंगल में एक ही नर शेर होता है जो उस पूरे कुनबे को संभालता है। तो लेक्चरर होते थे, और जो नया नवेला लेक्चरर आता था उसको शुरू में अगर जयपुर में ही डालना होता था तो राजस्थान कॉलेज भेज दिया जाता था। तो लेक्चरर जब पहुंचता था उससे पहले वहां दोनों महागुटों में आपस में मीटिंग हो जाती थी कि इसका कैसे खैर मकदम किया जाए। मैं अब तो चलो सफेद बाल भी थोड़ा मुझे बचा लेते हैं, थोड़ा मेरा वजन भी अब बढ़ गया है। उन दिनों में हाइट तो यही 6 फुट थी, वजन मेरा 50 और 45 के बीच में रहता था। उन दिनों चश्मे काफी बड़े फ्रेम के होते थे, तो ऐसा आभास होता था कि हवा अगर तेज आए तो ये चश्मा मुझे बचा लेगा, वरना शायद उड़ जाए। ऐसे में वो 2 गुट मेरा स्वागत करने पहले ही दिन आए। मैं बड़ी तैयारी के साथ गया था, मुझे लगा था सोशियोलॉजी है, समाज, मैं कुछ कर डालूंगा, और सोशल पर्सपेक्टिव में बड़ा तैयार करके गया था। और मैंने कहा इधर उधर हो जाएगा तो स्टेटस पे भी काम करेंगे अपन थोड़ा सा। पर जो ही मैं गया और क्लास में जो मैंने वो सारे लोग देखे जो सब मुझसे साइज में बड़े, आकार में बड़े, आक्रामक अलग। तो अभी मैं रजिस्टर मैंने नीचे ही रखा था, तभी दोनों गुटों से एक एक बंदा खड़ा हो गया। उन्होंने कहा मास्टर साहब अटेंडेंस तो अब आप कर लेना, तो हम जा रहे हैं। अच्छा, उनकी दबंगई में ऐसा, क्या कहें, कॉन्फिडेंस कहूं या डिवाइन कुछ था, मैं तुरंत समझ गया। मैंने कहा बिल्कुल, आपने कहा है आप जा रहे हैं तो आप जाएंगे, मैं कौन होता हूँ रोकने वाला, मैं आपकी बराबर अटेंडेंस करूंगा सर। दूसरे दिन भी यही हुआ। तीसरे दिन मैंने हथियार डाल दी और मैं डिपार्टमेंट चला गया। वो 3-4 लोग बच जाते थे, वो ऐसे होते थे कि उन्हें देख के मुझे लगता था कि समाज शास्त्र की इन्हें बिल्कुल आवश्यकता नहीं है और इनको भी समाज शास्त्र की बिल्कुल आवश्यकता नहीं। तो मैंने कहा भाई देखो, अगर कुछ है भी तो ये यूनिवर्सिटी में एक डिपार्टमेंट है, वहां एक कैबिन मुझे मिला है, तुम वहां आ जाना, अपन आपस में समाज शास्त्र खेल लेंगे। यहाँ मैं सिक्योर फील नहीं कर रहा हूँ, तो मुझे जाने दो भाई। और 1.5 महीना मुझे सोचने में लगा और फिर मैं वहां से थिएटर में ही आ गया। मुझे लगा कि यही ज्यादा सेफ जगह है, वही मुझे करना चाहिए। इसलिए मैं प्रोफेसर कभी नहीं था, स्टूडेंट था और मैं आज भी स्टूडेंट ही। दूसरी बात मैं ये कहना चाह रहा था कि वो वेस्ट की बात आई थी। वेस्ट बड़ा बदमाश है, अंग्रेजी को वेस्ट से जोड़ लेते हैं, है ना, जबकि छठ पूजा को वेस्ट से नहीं जोड़ते, जबकि वहां डूबते सूरज की पूजा होती है। अच्छा, सूरज पश्चिम में ही डूबता है मेरे ख्याल से, देखिए, है ना, अगर दिशाओं से ही सब कुछ तय होना है, दोस्ती दुश्मनी, तो ये जिस समय छठ आ जाती है उस समय तो फिर सूरज अंग्रेज हो गया, और फिर जब अंग्रेज हो गया तो फिर उसकी पूजा क्यों कर रहे हो। लेकिन खैर, मेरा इस पे एक अलग दृष्टिकोण है। मेरा दृष्टिकोण यह है कि हमारे यहाँ पर दर्शन में और सभी जो कित्ते हैं धर्म के और विचारों के और दर्शन के, उसमें हम पुनर्जन्म पे विश्वास करते हैं और भाग्यवाद पे भी विश्वास करते हैं और ईश्वर पे भी विश्वास करते हैं। ये 3 हमारे बड़े पिलर्स हैं। एक तो पुनर्जन्म है, अभी जो हो रहा है पिछले जन्म में था उसका फल है, ले अब आप क्या कर लोगे। हाँ, ये गरीबी है तो पिछले जन्म के तेरे ऐसे ही थे, साहब मेरे साथ अन्याय हो रहा है, तेरा प्रारब्ध है, तो वो पिछले जन्म से है और अब जो करना है वो अगले जन्म के लिए कर है। तो एक तो हमारे यहाँ पुनर्जन्म का कॉन्सेप्ट है जिसने बड़ा कबाड़ा किया है। सबको लगता है अभी तो टाइम है, अभी तो कई जन्म बाकी है, कर लेंगे, इसमें क्या है, इस जन्म में नहीं हुआ अगले जन्म में दिखी जाएगी। दूसरा, भाग्यवाद हमारे यहाँ कमाल का है, सब कुछ तय है, जो कर रहे हो वो बस लिखा है इसलिए हो रहा है। तो भला जो कर रहा है वो भी लिखा है, बुरा जो कर रहा है वो भी लिखा है, तो जो सब कुछ लिखा ही है तो लोग कहते हैं फिर करने की जरूरत क्या है, संतोषी हो जाओ। यानी ये एकमात्र हमारा देश है जहां भिक्षावृत्ति को बड़े आदर से देखा जाता है। साहब बड़े पहुंचे हुए हैं, इतने से में जो उनको भिक्षा मिलती है उसी को प्रसाद समझ के लेते हैं और बस। अच्छा, जो अमीर है वो शर्मिंदा शर्मिंदा रहता है, हाय मैं अमीर क्यों बन गया क्योंकि मेरा जन्म तो इसलिए हुआ है और मैं अमीर इसलिए बना हूं ताकि मैं भिक्षा दे सकूं, और भिक्षा लेने वाला ऐसा है जो भिक्षा लेके मुझे गाली निकाल सके। ये जो कमाल का, ये डायलेक्टिकल अप्रोच का वो एंगल है जो मार्क्स नहीं देख पाया था, ये हम लोगों ने इंडियंस ने देखा है कि कॉन्ट्रोडिक्शन इतना है कि हर आदमी अमीर होना चाहता है लेकिन अमीर को गाली देता है। जो ही उसे पूछा जाए कि भाई पैसे वैसे में तुम्हारी तो कोई रुचि नहीं है, क्या बात करते हो, सब बिना पैसे कैसे काम कर ले। अच्छा, तो अंबानी के बारे में क्या विचार है, चोर है। अरे यार तो तुम पैसा चाह रहे हो, उसने पैसा ले लिया है, तुम चोर बनने की प्रक्रिया में अभी पहले ही स्टेप पे हो, तो क्यों उसकी बुराई कर रही हो। नहीं नहीं नहीं, नहीं ऐसे कमा ही नहीं सकता कोई। तो हमारे बीच में ये कॉन्ट्रोडिक्शन है वेस्ट को लेकर। मुझे लगता है कि इस सब से हमें बचना चाहिए, बिना किसी धर्म या दर्शन से पंगा लिए ये मान लेना चाहिए यही एक जीवन है, इसी में जो होना है होना है। और ये वेस्ट ने मान लिया है, इसलिए उनको इसी जीवन में सब कुछ सही करना था, इसलिए उन्होंने किया, अगले जन्म के लिए कुछ छोड़ा नहीं। और जो बुरा हुआ उन्होंने माना कि इसलिए बुरा हुआ है क्योंकि हमने किया ही कुछ ऐसा होगा जिसकी वजह से बुरा हो रहा है, और फिर भी देयर इज होप। तो हमें ये भाग्यवाद और इस सब से थोड़ा सा बच जाना चाहिए, बिना दार्शनिकों और धार्मिक गुरुओं से पंगा ली। ये हमारा मध्यम मार्ग होना चाहिए। बुद्ध ने कहा था मध्यम मार्ग चलो, पंगा ना लो। अब मैं एस्थेटिक्स की बात करता हूँ। रस पे लोगों ने बात की कि जैसे अभी इन्होंने ही बताया सारे रस माँ के अंदर ही होते हैं। देखिए ये माँ को लेकर बड़ा कंसेप्शन, बहुत ही मिसकंसेप्शन चल रहा है। यानी माँ तो एक स्टेज हुई ना स्त्री के जीवन में, यानी जब वो प्रेग्नेंट हुई उस समय रस आने शुरू हुए थे, या जब उसने डिलीवर किया उसी समय डॉक्टर ने बच्चे पे बाद में ध्यान दिया और तुरंत ये पहले घोषणा कर दी 8 रस आ गए हैं इसके अंदर, ये 9वां ये हाथ में, उसमें एक हाथ मारा तो निकला वहां ये 9वां। ऐसा नहीं है भाई। भारत के नाट्यशास्त्र का अगर हम ध्यान से अध्ययन करें तो रस में 2 पार्टीज बराबर इन्वॉल्व्ड हैं, आंगिक, वाचिक, आहार्य और सात्विक। ये 3 स्तर पर प्रयास होते हैं और वो प्रयास प्रभाव डालते हैं दर्शकों पर, और वो प्रयास जब सही मिकदार में सही तरीके से हो जाए तो उसका असर दर्शकों पे होता है, और दर्शक और अभिनेता दोनों, ऑब्जेक्ट एंड सब्जेक्ट दोनों एक हो जाते हैं और रस उत्पन्न होता। रस आइसोलेशन में नहीं है, हमारे अंदर खून है, पसीना है, लार है, हार्मोन्स हैं, ऑर्गन्स हैं, सेल हैं। ये वो वाले रस नहीं है जो भरत जी बोल रहे थे, वो यहाँ ट्रेवल नहीं कर रहे हैं, वही सिर्फ एहसास है। ये इसे रूह से महसूस करो। Why we should revisit? Because the confusion regarding this रूह, क्योंकि महसूस रूह से करना है। रूह क्या है, आत्मा क्या है, हमारा परसोना क्या है, हमारा सेल्फ क्या है, ये जिसे चीजें महसूस होंगी, इमोशंस, भावनाएं, सुख दुख, हार जीत, अच्छा बुरा, ये कौन महसूस कर रहा है हमारे अंदर? ये हाथ नहीं महसूस कर रहा, ये नाक नहीं महसूस कर रहा, ये बदन नहीं महसूस कर रहा। तो इस बदन के अंदर क्या है? कुछ तो है ऐसा, कुछ तो है जिससे मैं जिंदा हूं। अगर साइंटिफिक रास्ते से चले, 2 रास्ते हैं इसके, एक फिलोसॉफिकल वे या फिलोसफी और साइकोलॉजी वाला रास्ता, एक है विज्ञान वाला रास्ता। पहले हम गुरु रास्ता पकड़ते हैं, विज्ञान वाला। मेरे ख्याल से जिन लोगों ने थोड़ा फिजिक्स या केमिस्ट्री के कोई भी अगर स्टूडेंट रहे हो, तो जो स्ट्रक्चरली फंक्शनली स्मॉलेस्ट यूनिट ऑफ मैटर होती है वो होता है एटम। और एटम के अंदर एक्चुअली है क्या? एक न्यूक्लियस है जो पॉजिटिवली चार्ज है और उसके चारों तरफ इलेक्ट्रॉन चक्कर काट रहे हैं, और इनके 2 परिवार हैं। पीरियोडिक टेबल होती है, 2 परिवार है। एक वो परिवार है जो इनर्ट गैस वाला परिवार है, ये प्रिविलेज्ड लोग हैं, और बाकी सारे के सारे शूद्रों की तरह साधारण लोग हैं जो अभिशप्त है रिएक्ट करने के लिए, क्योंकि उनके आउटर मोस्ट ऑर्बिट में या तो इलेक्ट्रॉन कम पड़ रहा है या अधिक है। अधिक है वो एकदम फड़फड़ाता रहता है कि ये अधिक वाला दे दूं ताकि मैं इनर्ट गैस कॉन्फ़िगरेशन अचीव कर लूं, फिर मैं इनर्ट हो जाऊंगा, मुझे रिएक्ट करने की जरूरत ही नहीं होगी। आप गौर से सुनिएगा, ये मोक्ष से जुड़ी जुड़ी सी बात लग रही है, कुछ करना ही नहीं पड़ेगा। और जिसके पास दूसरी तरीके से है, कुल मिला के एक हीलियम और हाइड्रोजन को छोड़ दे तो बाकी सब लोग चाहते हैं 8 आ जाए ऊपर से मेरे इलेक्ट्रॉन, तो मैं इनर्ट हो जाऊं, बात खत्म हो जाए। ये क्या चल रहा है इन दोनों के बीच में? मैटर के अंदर भी जो हमें लगता है कि इसमें कुछ जान नहीं, कुछ नहीं, उसके अंदर भी एक पॉजिटिवली चार्ज न्यूक्लियस है जिसके इर्द गिर्द इलेक्ट्रॉन घूमते जा रहे हैं, जिनमें भी एक किस्म की ख्वाहिश है वी शुड अचीव द इनर्ट गैस कॉन्फ़िगरेशन। दूसरी तरफ हम जो इंसान है, हमारे अंदर का परसोना हमेशा चाहता है हम कंफर्टेबल हो जाएं। कंफर्टेबल कैसे होंगे? हार्मोनी से। मैटर को जैसे ही ये या तो रिएक्शन करने का मौका मिल गया तो वो कम से कम हार्मोनियस उस पे रिलेशनशिप पे आ जाएगा। सोडियम और क्लोरीन दोनों मिलके हार्मोनियस हो जाएंगे, अब ज्यादा लफड़ा नहीं है, जब तक कि इन्हों तोड़ फोड़ ना दी जाए। इंसान भी हार्मोनी चाहता है, हम सब हार्मोनी चाहते हैं, हम चाहते हैं हम एट ईज हो जाएं। ये शरीर से एट ईज होना नहीं, ये मन से एट ईज होना है। हम अपने रोजाना वाले रास्ते से जब आते हैं तो हम कंफर्टेबल फील करते हैं। हम रोजाना जिस बिस्तर पे सोते हैं वहां जाके जैसे ही बैठते हैं हमें एहसास होता है जैसे कि हाँ यहाँ नींद आएगी। हम जिन लोगों से रोजाना मिलते हैं उनके साथ हम कंफर्टेबल फील करते हैं। एस्थेटिक्स में होता क्या है, पहली स्टेज है कंफर्ट की, वी शुड फील कंफर्टेबल। दूसरी स्टेज जो आती है, यहां से पूरा की पूरा समाज आ जाता है, गड़बड़ यहां से शुरू होती है। हमें लगता है कि ये हमारे निर्णय हैं, हमें लगता है ये हमारी चॉइसेस है, हमें लगता है ये हमारी पसंद और नापसंद है। दरअसल ये हमारी है ही नहीं। बचपन से हमें सिखाया गया है क्या अच्छा है, क्या बुरा है, क्या सुंदर है, क्या असुंदर है, क्या अपनाने योग्य है, क्या तज्य है। ये सब हमारे भीतर घुसता चला गया, उसी से हमारा परसोना बन गया। बताया गया हमें ये तुम्हारा नाम है, ये तुम्हारी भाषा है, ये तुम्हारा शहर है, ये तुम्हारा देश है, ये तुम्हारी जाति है, ये तुम्हारे दुश्मन है, ये तुम्हारे बुरे लोग हैं। उससे हमारा भीतर का परसोना बन गया है और अब हम उस पर प्रभावित हो गए या उसके प्रभाव से देखते हैं, तो फिर एस्थेटिक्स बहुत ज्यादा इम्प्योर हो जाएगी साहब। एस्थेटिक्स प्योर फॉर्म में रहेगी। फॉर दैट वी हैव टू रीविजिट कि ये अब तक जो समाज ने मुझे मेरा परसोना दिया है ये तो चलो ठीक है, मैं अपने पांव पे कब खड़ा होऊंगा। यहाँ पांव पे खड़े होने से मतलब है मेरे अपने विचार कब बनेंगे, और वो जब बन जाते हैं अपने विचार, अपना परसोना, तब एक एस्थेटिक्स के लिए आप वाजिब शख्स बन जाते हैं। और हमारी फिर सारी की सारी चीजों को, हर फीलिंग को, फिर इमोशन को, हर घटना हर प्रघटना को जब हम देखेंगे तो हमें बड़ी खूबसूरत नजर आती है। कहते हैं ना कि जिन्हें इल्हाम हो जाता है उन्हें बुरा तो कोई लगता ही नहीं, सब अच्छे लगते हैं। वो कहते हैं सब में उसका नूर दिखता है। वो उसको आप अगर मानते हैं तो मान लीजिए, ना माने तो खूबसूरती तो इस प्रकृति ने सब में बनाई है, सब अच्छे हैं। हम उनसे कितना तालमेल बिठा सकते हैं, ये नए सिरे से अपने द्वारा बनाया हुआ तालमेल जो हमारे माँ बाप या पुरखों का सिखाया हुआ ना हो, अपने द्वारा अपने अनुभव से अर्जित किया हुआ हो, तो अगर इस रास्ते पे हम चलेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि हम एस्थेटिक्स की राह को अब रिविजिट कर रहे हैं। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो वेरी मच। समय कम रहता है, बहुत बड़ी बातें होती है, और इस वातायन को इस तरीके से कंक्लूड करना थोड़ा सा संभव कम लगता है। जब 40-50 सालों की जीवन का अनुभव आपको अगर 10-15 मिनट में बताना हो, वो भी एस्थेटिक्स के लेंस के थ्रू, इट बिकम्स टफ फॉर द स्पीकर्स, क्योंकि बातों में रेफरेंस बहुत रहते हैं। हम कोशिश करेंगे, क्योंकि ये तो अवेलेबल नहीं थे आज से 1.5-2 साल पहले, अब तो जोधपुर में ही है। जब भी कभी लगेगा विश्वविद्यालय में और डिपार्टमेंट में, तो वी वुड डेफिनेटली कीप हिज परमानेंट प्रॉपर लेक्चर इन विच, जहां पर वो अपनी पूरी बात अच्छे से हमें बताएं। सर, आई एम सॉरी कि आपको मैं एक चिट देना पड़ा काइंडली वाइंड अप का। Before we move towards the report of the seminar, it's a proud privilege for all of us that one of the students of our own department, former FA of this university, Dr. Vipin Bihari Goyal, has written a book. So it's a moment to release his book in this conference seminar. So kindly come, Vipin Bihari Goyal, sir, with the books, so that we release your book in this August seminar before the great gathering. सर, ये पोइट्री है क्या है? एक बुक लाके दीजिए प्लीज, सो दैट आई स्पीक। So it is a fiction by Dr. Vipin Bihari Goyal entitled Apsara. This is a fiction related to Hindu mythology. Okay. Okay, it has also been awarded the second prize in Jaipur International Festival. Congratulations. Let us release. Congratulations, Dr. Vipin Bihari. We are almost at the closure of our conference, today's conference. Before I invite Dr. Vibha Bhoot for proposing vote of thanks, let me share the report of today's seminar. The Department of English, Janan Vyas University, Jodhpur, organized a 2-day national seminar on revisiting Indian aesthetics through Indian literatures in English, sponsored by PM USA Scheme and Indian Council of Social Science Research, ICSSR, New Delhi. The seminar brought together eminent scholars, academicians, poets, and researchers from across the country to revisit and reinterpret the Indian aesthetics tradition through contemporary literary and philosophical perspectives. First day, rediscovering the spirit of Indian aesthetics. The seminar commenced with the lighting of ceremonial lamp, invocation of Goddess Saraswati, and the university song. The inaugural session was graced by Professor Pavan Kumar Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jainan Vyas University, who presided over the function. The welcome address was delivered by Professor S.K. Harit, Department of English, followed by a presentation of the seminar's concept and objective by me. The keynote address was delivered by Professor Shravan Kumar Sharma, Nalanda University, who offered a profound exposition on the deep and living tradition of Indian aesthetics, tracing its roots from the Vedas and mythological narratives to Abhinav Gupta's philosophical interpretations. He highlighted the centrality of the Ras theory as the very soul of Indian aesthetic consciousness. In his presidential remark, Professor Pavan Kumar Sharma reflected on how Indian aesthetics, when viewed through the lens of management and philosophy, continues to hold deep relevance in contemporary life. He acknowledged Jodhpur as the land of renowned Urdu poet Padma Shri Sheenkaf Nizam and appreciated the department's effort in initiating such intellectually invigorating dialogues. Dr. K. Srinivas Rao, former Secretary, Sahitya Academy, New Delhi, delivered the chief guest's address, enchanting the audience with his scholarly insights and emphasizing the need for continuous academic engagements with themes like Indian aesthetics, which bridge classical and modern literary traditions. Distinguished guests Professor Asutosh Mohan, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, New Delhi, and Professor A. L. Meena, Dean Faculty of Arts, enriched the event with their perspectives. The session was concluded with a vote of thanks. A major highlight of the day was the panel discussion chaired by Padma Shri Sheenkab Nizam Saab, whose intellectual and artistic presence elevated the deliberations to an exceptional level of literary gravitations. The panel comprised of Professor Kalpana Purohit, Professor Saroj Kaushal, Professor Karan Singh, and Dr. Gajay Singh Rajpurohit, who explored the interconnections between English, Sanskrit, Rajasthani, and Urdu literatures, presenting aesthetics as cross-cultural and multilingual phenomenon. Padma Shri Nizam Sahab's profound reflections on Urdu poetics and Sufiana sensibility beautifully illuminated the spiritual and experimental dimensions of rasa, asserting that aesthetics is not merely an art form but a way of perceiving life itself. It is illumination that gives meaning and even to darkness. The day concluded with two technical sessions where 30 papers, 16 offline and 14 online, were presented. The first session was chaired by Professor Pradeep Prikha with Professor Kaushal as the special guest. The second session was chaired by Professor Dalbir Singh Yadav with Dr. Mahendra Singh Rajpurohit as the guest of honor and Dr. Vivek H. co-chair. The sessions were coordinated by and anchored by Dr. Richa Bohra, co-secretary, National Seminar. The day witnessed the enthusiastic participation of scholars, students, including Professor B.M. Vyas, Professor Sunil Asopa, Professor G.S. Shekhawat, Professor Kamal Singh, Professor Vikal Gupta, Mr. Bhanu Purohit, Dr. Rakhi Vyas, Dr. Vibha Bhu, Dr. Suman Parihar, and Naveen Mittal. The second day of the national seminar began with renewed academic enthusiasm and witnessed two highly engaging technical sessions. The third technical session was chaired by Professor S.K. Harit, Head Department of English, under whose guidance 12 research papers were presented on diverse sub-themes, including reinterpretations of classical aesthetics, post-colonial perspectives on rasa, and aesthetic consciousness in modern Indian writing in English. The fourth technical session was chaired by me with Professor Ritu Johari as a special guest and co-chaired by Dr. Rakhi Vyas. A total number of 14 papers were presented by scholars and research students from various universities covering themes that linked ancient aesthetic philosophy with contemporary creative practices and cultural studies. Each presentation reflected a blend of erudition and originality, leading to vibrant discussions that further enriched the collective understanding of Indian aesthetics in its evolving global context. Valedictory session. The valedictory function was graced by Professor Suresh Kumar Agarwal, Vice Chancellor, MDS University, Ajmer, as the chief guest, with Professor Randeep Rana, MDU Rohtak, and Sri B.M. Vyas as guest of honor. All the distinguished dignitaries delivered through thought-provoking addresses, lauding the intellectual depth and organizational excellence of the seminar. They commended the Department of English, Jainan Vyas University, for successfully conducting an event that not only revisited the essence of Indian aesthetics but also provided a platform for young scholars to engage with interdisciplinary and intercultural dialogues. In their concluding remarks, the speakers emphasized the continuity of Indian aesthetics thought as a living tradition that must be reinterpreted through newer academic frameworks. They also encourage the department to continue such scholarly initiatives under national academic collaboration. Thank you. With this, now I invite Dr. Vibha Booth, co-secretary of this seminar, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Goel, for the microphone. As it is customary, so I begin, though most of the delegates have left. Well, anyway, good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, delegates, faculty members, and dear participants. As we come, it gives me immense pleasure and a deep sense of gratitude to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. First and foremost, I extend a heartfelt thanks to our Honorable VC Sir, Professor P.K. Sharma, for his encouragement for research and enrichment towards learning. A special thanks to Professor Satish Harit, our HOD, for being an umbrella to this seminar. A big thank you to BM Vyasji, Professor Randeep Rana for their erudition, blessings, and participation in this seminar. Gratitude to Professor Ashutosh Mohan for his mesmerizing deliberations. Thank you to Professor Ritu Johri ma'am for her beautiful words and blessings. Thanks to all my colleagues, guest faculties, delegates, participants, presenters, students, scholars, venue management committee, media people, and technical management committee. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone, but a big thank you to everyone for attending the seminar. And now we raise for the national anthem. Now we rise for the national anthem, please. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाग तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दाक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 Mataji, Jai. We may all proceed for lunch.